future ahead of him. Hails from Oudtshoorn, went to Langenhof and Gym there in Oudtshoorn, played for Southwestern Districts, and then went up to the Titans for a season before he made his way down here to Goldrush Boland.
We've got two beautiful pigeons here on the ledge. Wonder if they've come from Pinel out of Henry Williams's. He's a pigeon owner and racer, and so I'm sure they just probably came to see if he's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Or Henry's missus might have sent them bring him some lunch.
They've got a message on there and asking him what time you're going to be home for dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, have to ring it and send it back. So.
Oh!
Yeah.
Bit of a loose stroke there. There's no foot movement. It was just a lazy bat again.
And again, it's the wider one where he starts from much wider of the crease. The angle is just a greater angle on that one. That's the one that's been troubling all the batters today. The variation from Parnell, where they're just not picking the fact that he's using the crease to such good effect.
Yeah, he's really been good, Wayne Parnell. End of the 22nd over. The Fox will have a breather. And Brendan Atwell will come and join me once again.
Mr. Fredericks, good afternoon again.
Welcome back. See you very, very busy there next door.
Yeah.
Set up your office here. You made sure that you got yourself into a commanding position of work.
Well, hopefully for Boland's sake, the next 7 overs won't see any wickets now that the Cape Fox has departed us for a while.
He's caused damage, hasn't he?
Absolute chaos.
Whitehead continues. 96 for 4. That run rate has also come down a little bit. Oh my goodness, dropped! Could have been 96 for 5. It was a sharp chance, but when you're standing in that position, you got to grab it.
What a chance for the Tuskers. Wayne Parnell snatching at that one with his right hand. Oh!
That flew, was quick. They are the stick or the go. Like a 4-day game, there's a short, silly point in position, slip. Now then, have a dot, walk past one, stumped. Oh, well, Bolt. One thing you're going to get here is you're going to get it to purchase and turn. It's dry. It's that time of the year. And these wickets have been taking spin all season.
Been very impressed with Whitehead's bowling.
Yeah, he's played at Free State for quite a while as well, Sean Whitehead. Nicely flighted. Played back. Yeah, lots of work to do. Now the short leg is out. Where's he going to go? He's going to go in the mid wicket. And I tell you why, is to probably stop the single so that they get Parnell to bowl at Makajima. Oh, good fielding. Good fielding there. I think that's Rapalana. Very sharp there in that position.
Yeah, it was. If we look at it, I mean, Boland had navigated the power play and were 58 without loss, sitting comfortably, and then it's just been carnage since then. I mean, no, it's only 4 wickets, but still, I mean, 40 runs for 4 wickets in the last 13 overs.
Yeah, it's just not been good, has it? Especially at home. Know the conditions. Got to look to play yourself in and get yourself in a commanding position. Can't do the job from the change room. Got to be out there in the middle.
Yeah, Parnell with 2 wickets in his first over. And if we just look at the first 2 wickets to go down, just stupid shots. The only thing I can say was stupid shots. And then, of course, it was Kaplan who chopped on. And then Liam Buerta, that was just a beautiful ball from Parnell.
Wayne Parnell's been right on the money. So it's pressure from both ends. From White end or the other end, making sure that that scoreboard doesn't move with regular ease.
Yeah, I mean, if you consider that Parnell has now reached 250 wickets in List A cricket.
Yeah, he's had a good career up to now.
This is almost like Parnell of old. I mean, over 8,000 balls that he sent down in List A cricket alone. It's not discount first class and T20 cricket. Jeremy, you and James were talking about Jedley van Brieses and the future that he could have. I think he's got a mature head on his shoulders in the games that I've watched previous.
He doesn't easily give it away. And he works the ball well into areas. He knows the seriousness of the situation. It's the end of the 24th now. 99 for 4. He knows the seriousness of the situation. And he knows there's a work to do. Him and Makajima have their work cut out. So it would do both of them the world of good. To try and see how they can get Boland out of this mess that they just created for themselves.
Yeah, we were talking before play. We were saying that one of the top 4 needed to carry their bat. And, well, Aviwe coming in at number 4 has got a job to do. He's going to have to carry his bat and try and get Boland to a total that they can defend on this track.
Yeah, they got to get to about, these two got to bat right up to about 44 overs, I would say. And then let loose. But in the meantime, they got to look to, that's the way, try and look for singles and twos. Boundaries are going to be hard to come by. And that's 100 up for Goldrush Boland on this, the 4th of March, 2026. Or 2026. Don't laugh.
It depends which calendar you look at.
Yeah. 2026, I'll say. Oopsie. Another single. Told you maths wasn't never my shining armor at school.
Yeah, but it comes down whether you look at the Julian calendar or the Gregorian calendar that we now use. You know, it depends which one you look at. You've got to add or to subtract a few years.
It's in here! God, there we go. Perishes, another one bites the dust. First wicket down, and now Boland are in all sorts of trouble and trembling as the heavens open. And the hole is not that deep, but it's going to be deep when he walks to the change room, Akajima. There was work to be done, and he's gone and given it away.
I'm sorry, that shot even shocked my pen because my pen just broke. But that was a ridiculous shot from Moothee Ram there. Unnecessary and unneeded. Talk about rotating the strike more often than not.
Yeah, we've talked about partnerships and we've talked about it over and over again. And it just seems as if it doesn't seem to be the case. They just seem to be defending, and then trying to get themselves out of trouble. Risco Adams now in. Number 7 for Boland.
Yeah, 100 for 5.
Well, half the side out. And where we through the halfway stage already.
Yeah, as we say, Frisco needs to partner Jedley van Bresses now. They need a good 50-plus partnership at a minimum.
Hails from Robertson, known as the Iceman.
Yeah, how many death overs have we seen Adams bowl? Defending against the Dolphins in the CSA T20. I think it was Sinetembe Eshile that was batting at the time. Dolphins were cruising to victory, and Adams came and defended the final over, sent the game into what turned out to be a double super over. First time I'd ever experienced that. So halfway through the innings, Jeremy 103 for 5, and I think if you're Wayne Parnell, having lost the toss and being asked to bowl first, you'd be happy of the two captains.
Yeah, no, you will be happy. They know they're in with a shot here to try and dislodge this Boland team cheaply. But the backbone of this batting has been broken. Guys to come can bat, but they're not going to play your 100 innings, getting your 100 runs and more. And the Tuskers hasn't made it easy.
Yeah, it's been excellent bowling. I think the only one that's chomping at the bit to come in is Imran Manak. I had a bit of a chat with him before play, and I asked him, where did that come from? He says, well, it's always just been sitting in the tank. Yeah, but besides for these two, it's just Imran Manak, Keith Dudgeon, Captain Steerman, and then Ives Kamanzi to come in. Not much batting left.
The defence all round for Boland at the moment. They backs to the wall. They got to find a way to dig themselves out of this mess they're in at the moment.
Jeremy, I think if the Tuskers can nab another wicket out in the next 2 to 3 overs, Boland have got a very, very strong possibility of being bowled out cheaply.
Yeah, the signs are all there. They haven't played well. They haven't basked themselves in glory. And they've given it away. Some of these wickets that have fallen. Most of them, I would say.
Yeah, it's been a sorry tale of batting. But on the flip side of the coin, it's been excellent captaincy by Parnell and excellent bowling from the bowlers. They've bowled to their field. They've stuck to a plan. And I mean, failing to take a wicket in the power play didn't bother them whatsoever. The run rate didn't get away from them. They were sitting at what was it? They were 5.5.
It's always after the power play that we find the dramas happening. Especially when teams are saying, all right, field is zipped. They're only allowed 2 out. As you said, they didn't get carried away too much, but it was then that they took wickets. This is the inbound tour of the South African ladies against the Indian ladies who come here to tour South Africa in T20 series. We'll have Durban would be the first one on the 17th of April. Will be in actual fact 2 will be played at Durban, and then we move up to the Wanderers for 3 and 4, the 22nd and the 25th of April, and then the last one will be in Benoni. Where South Africa take on India. They're a good lady side India team.
You're gonna tell me.
So it'll be a good series. Suppose that will probably be the culmination of the cricket season. 25-26.
So you never told me, so I just thought I should.
I think it's been a relatively successful one for the ladies.
Yeah, it has been. And then they go to England, isn't it? In June, July, is it? Somewhere around there for the World Cup. They'll be playing various grounds in England. Well, and all things going well, we have a bumper 26-27 season ahead of us. Both women and men. Especially inbound tours to South Africa.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to have some test cricket over the festive period again.
Yeah, and that's where it rightly belongs, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That it was missed last year, or this year, the New Year's test at Newlands. It's become tradition. Well, it's a big tour. I mean, we've got 2 big countries coming.
Yep.
And Bangladesh. So,
And considering that we are World Test champions, it's only right that we have some decent home Test cricket.
absolutely, and get a lot of fixtures. We need to be right up there. Just need to make sure that we win trophies so that we can stay up there in the money as well. So we can feed the grassroots level and make sure that the sustainability of our cricket is imperative in South Africa. End of the 27th, 109 for 5.
You know, Jeremy, you spoke about grassroots. And, you know, doing the odd KFC day and things like that is all good and well. But we need to channel funds. We need proper facilities for the kids to train at, you know. Not running on some little dust bowl or on the odd day coming to a ground like this to enjoy throwing the ball down. It needs to be in kit, it needs to be in facilities, and then also once those kids get it, it's then to lead them up through the ranks. Kids sometimes they struggle to go to school and they fall away there, or when they do complete school they fall away.
Well, Brandon, we had that all. I've been involved since Unity in cricket, and even before. And I can tell you that cricket has had big sponsorships from MTN, Standard Bank. We built a heck of a lot of facilities in the townships. They've all gone to wreck and ruin. Let's be honest about that.
Yeah.
MTN provided us with equipment, bags and bags and bags of equipment in order to sell the game in cricket. So, a lot has been done and a lot has been put in. And you go to certain places and for one, I was involved in the development of cricket with Kaya Majola at the start when Unity was. And I must tell you that you go back to certain areas that you've been involved with, it can drive you close to tears to see that. Because, and the kids just don't have. It's got to be a lot of effort put in communities, government, municipalities, and the people in the areas to have sustainability and partnerships.
Well, I'm going to step away for a bit, and the Cape Fox is just going to stand in for me, but I shall join you in a short while.
Yeah, Abrams, he's back into the attack. So, yeah. People can't say that it's been a lack of trying in terms of development and what hasn't been done and what has been done for cricket. There's a lot of effort, a lot of bloodshed and tears gone into lots of areas. I remember even way back in the 80s, I would say, a man by the name of John Passmore and what he did for cricket. So nobody can say that nothing was done, because the support, I thought, maybe was lacking more from government side to actually help us maintain the facilities that were put up.
Yeah, the Passmore Week that used to be held in honor of him.
Even people like Hussein Ayop.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not forget him when we talk about Kaya Majola.
All legends in South African cricket, as you say, and people that have left a legacy that we hope that the youngsters of today, well, they need to learn about the history, don't they, Jeremy, and
Absolutely.
understand.
Well, that's sometimes lack. That do the youngsters understand? Do they respect those that have been there before? I hear a lot of, they've had their time. Yeah, they've been there. But goodness me, you only become giants on the back of people that have done good before. And least we forget.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Pull to the leg side. End of the 28th.
Yeah, 1-1-4 for 5 now. And it's just been a procession of wickets. 58 for 1, 66 for 2, then 89 for 3, 91 for 4, and 101 for 5. So I've been doing my research here, Jeremy, and 4 instances in South African cricket where players have taken 10 wickets in an innings, 3 of which I was aware of, but the other one I wasn't. So it was A.E.E. Vogler, Albert Edward Ernest Vogler, or otherwise Bertie, otherwise known as Bertie Vogler. He was the first 10 for 26, Eastern Province against Griqualand West at the Old Wanderers in Johannesburg, which was in where the Pirates Club is currently, in I think what is Greenside.
Yeah, East Greenside indeed.
And 1906-07, 6 players bowled, 1 LBW, 2 caught and bowled, and 1 caught. Then it was Stephen Jeffries was next, 10 for 59. Western Province against Free State at Newlands, and then Mario Olivier for the Warriors against the Eagles, 10 for 65 in Bloemfontein. 2007, 2008, and then Sean Whitehead, 10 for 36 for the Southwestern Districts against Easterns in Oudtshoorn in 2021-22. So 4 instances in South Africa of 10 wickets in an innings.
Oh, nearly had the beating of the batsman.
Whitehead was very good, very economical from him, and Nofal was just picking up where he left off.
Yeah, he's been very, very good as well. Norfolk into this 5th.
And that run rate that was up at about 5 and over, there were 55 at the end of the power play, and now exactly 4 and over.
Here's one shot at least. It'll be a welcome boundary. When was the last boundary hit?
Last boundary hit in the 17th over, Jeremy. So it's been 12 overs since the last boundary. And that
Yeah, it's
was
been an
also-
awful long time because wickets have fallen in that period.
That one was also, that boundary also off Nofal. That was when the score was 73 for 2. And has been pretty much all the Tuskers since then. Such an important match for them. They lost their first game. They need to finish high up on the log in the One Day Cup if they are going to keep their hopes of staying in Division 1 alive. Finished last on both the T20 log and the
So what if they end in the
4-day
top
series.
4? Then they don't. Then who goes down?
Well, it depends on a lot. Depends on who is going to be where they end. I have got those scenarios.
Because Free State,
Yeah.
they've got to come up,
Yes,
isn't it?
They're coming up. Yes, Free State are basically guaranteed of coming up already. Nobody can get ahead of them in in Div 2. So I've done those scenarios. I've just got to find them now. So looking at the scenario as it currently stands with the log positions from the first 2 competitions, the points allocation is as follows. So 20 points for both Boland and the Warriors. Next best is the Lions on 16. They can't be overtaken. Dolphins 14. Then it is 7 for Western Province, 6 for Northwest, 3 for the Titans, and 0 for the Tuskers. Now, points allocations are 15 for the team that comes first, 10 for second, 7 for third. It's 5 for fourth, 3 for fifth, 2 for sixth, 1 for seventh, and no points for coming eighth. Now, if for example, the Titans finish in the bottom 2 of the 50 over competition and the Tuskers finish 4th, and it was just too early on that shot there, then the Titans will end on either 3 or 4 points, and the Tuskers will get 5 points for finishing 4th, and that will mean that the Titans will finish below them on the combined standings. If the Tuskers finish 3rd in this competition, they get 7 points. That would mean that the Titans would have to be basically 5th or higher. In fact, they'd have to be 4th or higher for them to then have more points than the Tuskers. So it's absolutely crucial that the 2 teams that are in danger are essentially most in danger. The Titan is 7th in the 4-day competition and 6th in the 20-over competition. They only have the 3 points, so they are the biggest challenge.
Oh, it's a good shot. Just parried it over the wicketkeeper's head. That'll run away for 4. Don't bother. Down that hill, you're not going to get there. Well, that was a good shot from Frisco Adams.
Yeah, he just, as you say, he just picked the length early, didn't he? And very delicate touch from Frisco Adams. He's got a job to do for his team. He's done it before in this competition. Last season was one of their outstanding batters for them, and he's looked like he's doing it again here. So Jeremy,
I'm just asking you a question then. With
Yep.
all that you've explained there to me,
Yep.
and all in detail. So if the Tuskers end, say for instance they get into a semi-final,
yeah, well, it goes on. So the points are allocated based on log position, and the whatever happens in the knockout stages of the competition is irrelevant in terms of promotion relegation.
no, but say they end 4th,
Yes, they're in 4th. Yes, so
and the Titans don't get anywhere to
Then-
4th position.
Well, if the Titans, so if let's say the Tuskers end 4th, if the Titans then finish in either 7th or 8th position, so if they finish in 6th position, they will then have the same number of points across the 3 competitions as the Tuskers. If they finish either 7th or 8th in this competition, and the Tuskers finish 4th, then based on the promotion, based on the relegation, based on the points allocation, the Titans will be relegated.
Will they though?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? So we won't know that until that actually happens. So that is the question. But that is the scenario.
To be or not to be?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it is nobler indeed. Oh, he bowled him. He's bowled him. He goes back and across and just plays really a nothing shot once again. Van Breeses, he's not forward. He's not back. He's just stuck in the crease. And Nofal gets his 2nd wicket. Van Breeses has to go.
Well. 6th wicket, and I'm afraid Boland now is struggling and reeling at the moment. Partnership was worth 26, now 127 for 6, and that's another big wicket.
Absolutely nowhere. He wasn't forward, he wasn't back, and his bat's just not coming down the right line. And you would think the batters here for Goldrush Boland, you would think they would know exactly how to bat on this wicket. They really struggled, and they've been struggling against the spin significantly here of the men from the Tuskers. Wayne Parnell with those 2 big breakthroughs, but then it's been Whitehead and Nofal that have made the other breakthroughs for the men from Pietermaritzburg. Imran Manak coming to the crease, 37 innings for him, 494 runs, highest of 51 not out, averages 19. Comes off a very good 49 off just 17 balls against the Titans in Centurion. This is a very different proposition here at home in Paarl. He's still got the best part of 20 overs to bat, 18 overs and a few balls, and they're going to need him to have another innings of substance here. And Nofal with his left arm spin been very effective. 2 left arm spinners in the team. We haven't yet seen Sean Gilson.
There's forward prods there.
Well, a big job for these two experienced campaigners for Goldrush Boland to do now, Adams and Manak.
James, it's a huge job. If they're not going to do the job, they're going to find themselves, as we said, down out cheaply. They won't even get to 200. Well, 180 looks far now. Very far.
Well, talking about Sean Gilson, and he is now coming into the attack from the Niederberg end of the ground, and he'll be bowling his leg breaks here from this end, 26 years old, from Michael House, educated at Michael House, and he has played for the Dolphins under 19. Also with Tuckies, he was the USA Player of the Week when he was, and also made SA Varsity's captain when he was at Tucks, and certainly a youngster as well, 26 years of age, nearly turning 27, but been a good player for the Tuskers this season, Sean Gilson.
Okay. Driven down the ground, we'll get another single there. Oh, it's been disappointing stuff from Goldrush Boland.
Particularly on a surface that they know so well, and know how to play on these wickets here. They've been out-thought and out-bowled at the moment. Well, Jeremy, it looks like New Zealand have won the toss there in Kolkata. They're bowling first.
Now, South Africa were devastating against them in the preliminary rounds or in the group stages when they handsomely beat New Zealand. Markram was at the top, getting 86 not out. But yeah, lots of runs, the most runs in the World Cup has been Farhan from Pakistan. They know more in this competition. Neither Zimbabwe. Bennett has been outstanding.
No. He was brilliant, wasn't he? And South Africa, who have not necessarily set too many targets in this World Cup. Be interested to see how they go. And they've picked their A team for this game, Jeremy, the one that they've pretty much stuck with throughout, except in those games against the UAE and Zimbabwe. So it is that standard lineup for them. And, it'll be interesting to see as we look at that. We do look at that starting lineup.
Glad I knew Lungi and Gidi would be back. He was a pick up there. Keshav Maharaj, I thought they'd go with Rabada. Yeah, the same team that I predicted would play in the final.
Yeah.
That's the team playing here today. And I think probably the strongest and the best lineup of the lot that South Africa has. Is Matt Henry back for New Zealand? I know he went home for the birth of his son.
He did. I'll check that for you now. I've got the lineups here. We'll have a look at that now.
If he's gone, that'll be a huge, because he was the pick of their bowlers. He sets that attack alight, doesn't he?
He does. He's been outstanding. He is back, indeed. He is going to be. He's in the starting lineup for New Zealand today. We'll go through their team as well just now. But also, I think their number one team that they've got available.
Yeah, Ravindra hasn't really played this tournament a light, has he?
He's been actually in the last couple of games. He's been very good. He got some good runs.
What I mean, he's normally a player that gets runs all the time.
Absolutely, very good. So he's in at 3. So Alan Seifert and Ravindra. And then it will be Glenn Phillips, Mark Chapman, Daryl Mitchell, Mitchell Santner at 7, Jimmy Neesham at 8. So I was wondering whether he would play or Ish Sodhi would play, but Cole McConchie, who was so good in that recovery that they performed against Sri Lanka, I think it was, when they won that game. And then Matt Henry at 10, Lockie Ferguson at 11. So good side for New Zealand, and a bit of spin in the middle overs there. Okonchi and Santner will be important for them, and maybe some overs from Glenn Phillips, but we'll see.
Santner also plays a huge role for that. That's driven down the ground by Friska Adams. He'll get another single. Just all depend how they restrict South Africa in those opening overs. And at Eden Gardens, what does Eden Gardens take? 90,000 these days?
Capacities from the research I did says 68,000, so not as big as I thought it would be.
Before it used to
ground.
take 100,000, I know.
Right. Yeah.
And the biggest ground is Ahmedabad with 135,000.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's massive. It's a monstrosity of a stadium.
And the Narendra Modi Stadium and Eden Gardens is very interesting that it was the area that it's in. Eden Gardens is the entire area, I believe, is like a park area named after the sisters of one of the Governor Generals of India, whose surname was Eden. So that was very interesting. And
No, it's not the Garden of Eden, though.
no, it's not the Garden of Eden. No. Well, I think a few South Africans hoping that New Zealand will eat the poison apple today.
Yeah.
So, Gilson will continue here, 132 for the loss of 6 after 33. So, what do you think, Jeremy, if they could get here to what, 240, 250? I mean, that looks a long way away at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But I'm not sure whether they'll get there. If they get there, that will be a monumental effort. But as far as I'm concerned, the Tuskers has just been all over Boland. And I just think the backbone of those innings is so broken that if they get to 240, I'd be. It will have to be these two then. That's for sure. No doubt about that.
Yeah, definitely. Keith Dudgeon and Glenton Stearman to come who can certainly hold a bat, but not going to be very easy. But yeah, it should be a very good game there in Kolkata. I was also looking at some of the statistics for the South African players at Kolkata. David Miller and Quinton de Kock having played 9 games at Kolkata in the IPL. South Africa have never played a T20 international in Kolkata. So some of the players there, not too many with the experience of Kolkata, and Quinton de Kock, it's not a very good ground for him. He averages only 9 in 9 innings there with a top score of 28 in the IPL. So let's hope that today he can break through that barrier and do well for South Africa at the top of the order.
Yeah, the first time South Africa got back into international cricket, that was after isolation. It was that hurried tour to India. And Jagmood Dalmaya was because they took the vote at Lords.
Yeah.
And the vote, India voted South Africa back into world cricket. And then they had the friendship tour the year to South Africa, India, under Muhammad Azharuddin as captain.
Right.
But South Africa went on that hurried 3-match tour because Pakistan, so the rivalries happened then already. And as we have drinks break, I'll continue with my point. It's 135 for 6 drinks being taken, and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah, I think being defending champions in this One Day Cup competition is big for us. You know, in saying that, there's new challenges ahead this year, and we really enjoyed obviously winning silverware last year in this competition, but obviously it's a new season, and we've got to make sure that we want to improve on small little things that we felt we probably didn't do right in the beginning of last year's competition that we want to put right. But it's important to start a competition on a good note. I don't think there's a lot that one needs to be changing. We've still held on to the squad that we had last year. We've shown faith in that group that obviously got us there. The biggest thing for us has always been making sure that players stay grounded when you have success. Success needs to come from holistically having a good season. Yeah, I think it's again, it's small little things, whether it be from a tactical or technical point of view. I think it's more tactical on how we want to approach it from our sense. So, yeah, I think it's again, we talk about small little things, how we can improve, how we can be better. I think it's in our everyday, so I say tasks that we have to focus on, and yeah, I think that's something that since the group returned after the 4-day competition, we put a lot of focus on that. You have to analyze what you did well and what you could improve on from last year, and I still feel we can improve on starting the competition better this year. That's definitely one thing that we've discussed. So I think, from game one, it's important to lay down a marker as to how you want to play, throughout the rest of the competition.
So welcome back to Boland Park, where the resumption after the drinks break is going to continue to be Malcolm Knofal from the Drakensberg end, southern end of the ground, and he's bowled well so far. 7 overs, 2 for 28. And he is going to be bowling to Imran Manak, who's not out on 5 with him. Frisco Adams on 20.
And punched off the back foot. Get that single.
So just Dudgeon, Stearman and Kamanzi to come for Goldrush Boland. A lot depending on this pair here, Jeremy, to get them to at least over 200. Give them something to defend on what is a slow surface. Yeah.
Much appreciated.
So here we're going to have a change as Brendan comes to join me as Sean Gilson continues.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Brendan. So it's this is a very important partnership for Goldrush Boland. This and the tall Manak, fresh from a very good innings in Centurion, joins with his equally experienced partner Frisco Adams. 34-year-old Imran Manak, 36-year-old Frisco Adams, trying to get them something to defend. Lovely drift there by Gilson. That was the one that seemed to go the other way into the right hand. We'll just keep an eye on Sean Gilson's action here. Interesting bowler, tall man.
It's got a nice high release. Some of the tall bowlers can generate a bit of extra bounce. Spinners always love bounce as much as turn.
Yeah, interesting to see. I mean, the wind now starting to sort of whip across the ground from west to east. It's neatly played for fuller delivery that time. The end of the over from Gilson. He's done well. 3 overs, no maiden, naught for 6 so far. He's been economical. And at the other end, Nofal has been very good with taking the 2 wickets. It has really not been easy at all for Goldrush Boland. Those 2 wickets in the 1 over from Wayne Parnell, really rocking them back. Gavin Kaplan and Leon Buerta, 2 of their best batters this season.
Well, there was just, yeah, I don't know whether Kaplan just played down the wrong line.
He almost seemed to be just stuck. He was stuck on the crease. He was absolutely nowhere with the shot. Played it with a 45-degree bat and just off the inside edge onto the stumps. And it was just a change of angle, I think, from Parnell that almost caught him off guard.
But then, of course, you look at the delivery to dismiss Buerta. And Buerta was quite prolific last season,
Yeah.
you know. But that ball, it was like, it was vintage Parnell. Ball, they just came in a little bit on the stumps.
Well, what he did so well in that delivery is he actually went much wider at the crease. So he changed the angle significantly, and right arm around, he really was... the previous delivery, he bowled, I think he just bowled 2 deliveries prior to that, or 1 delivery prior to that to Buerta, which was wide outside the off stump, which he played through the covers, but that was much straighter. He delivered that from almost halfway between the wickets and the return crease. Too short and easy for Adams to play down the ground. But the one that he bowled him with, he came right next to the return crease and brought it in from a much wider angle. and would have just played down the wrong line. What the Tuskers don't want here is they won't want these two to just accumulate too many runs. If they can stay here until maybe over 45 and then start bringing out the big levers, we know both of these players can hit the ball a long way.
We do know that Frisco can tonk the ball a little bit, but more importantly is we saw what Imran Manak can do to a bowling attack. He really manacled the Northwest attack. Sorry, the Titans attack in the previous where he struck 49 of 17 balls.
Yeah. Three sixes.
I mean, it was a ridiculous innings that he played.
It was incredible. Really was in a cause to try and get them to that massive target in 22 overs. They needed to bat it well over 10 and over. They only ended up, I think, 13 or 15 runs short in the end. So he has certainly would have got a lot of confidence from that. He was chatting to me before the match this morning and saying it was really they just fell short. It was a good chase.
Well, I mean, looking at it, and again, it's the same situation in this match. Boland could have won that game against the Titans.
Yeah.
If you look at how short they landed up. If you look, they landed up 13 runs short, but it was the DLS target, the readjusted target, down to 277, which could have actually been around 240 had they not lost so many wickets.
Yeah. And therein lies the rub, basically. We were talking about. So it is certainly interesting when you look at it from that perspective. So, but here, lots for them to do. As 15:30 South African Standard Time on the 4th of March has arrived, and that means that the game in Kolkata is getting underway with South Africa batting first against New Zealand. We'll be keeping an eye on that, as well as keeping you updated with everything that's happening here in front of you. And Sean Gilson continuing with his off breaks. And to Manak. How long is it going to be before Manak decides he's going to go over the top? There's a man at long off, man at long on, man at deep square, man at deep back of square, sorry, man at deep mid wicket. Once again, just played nicely down the ground. Gilson has been bowling well. He's sticking to his 2 runs per over, 146 for 6. Sorry, 147 for 6.
I see Quinton de Kock has already hit Matt Henry for 6.
Well, that's a
South
good
Africa
start.
8 off the first over.
Well, he's was saying to Jeremy, Quinton de Kock averages 9 at Kolkata in 9 innings in the IPL. High score of 28. We're hoping that he'll break that hoodoo today from a South African point of view, as it's going to be Nofal to continue. And why not? 2 for 36 in his 9 overs, just going 4 and over. And he'll be finishing his spell here. It's been excellent. From the left armour and through for the single.
I mean, if you look at Sean Whitehead and then Nofal from the Drakensberg end, and then you've got Gilson from the Nederburg end. The 3 spinners have really done well as a trio. They've kept things tight, kept things quiet, and we know that Darren de Pavillon and Hunter's Viljoen bowled relatively well up front, although they weren't successful. Had 1 or 2 edges.
That's straight to Ndile Mokhakane in the covers once again. And this is an important period now. Nearly up to, this is the 39th over. Batting at just under 4. to the over at the moment.
Well, that's a problem, isn't it? Because they're having lost 6 wickets
Yeah.
already. They don't have much batting to come.
No.
A lot rests on these two. And with virtually, 11 overs, so 68 balls left in the innings,
Well, run the ball.
240 looks a long way
Well,
away.
it does. And chatting when they were about 120 odd for 6 and saying what could they get from there with 16 overs to go. So it was 130 for 6 with 16 overs to go. And 240 would be very good. Would have been very good from there. Another excellent over from Nofal comes to an end. His spell is finished. Excellent figures for him. 10 overs, 2 for 37. And it is 148 for the loss of 6 after 39 overs. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see now how they play this after Nofal. I think maybe they'll bring Whitehead back on. I don't think they'll go for the paces again. It's going to make it maybe a little bit easier to score, just working the ball around. We shall see exactly how that is going to play out. Last time,
And, that's the end of De Kock. Scored by Ferguson, bowled by McConchie for 10.
well, there we go. Hasn't really scored much more than his average at Kolkata then. 9.44 it was in 9 innings before this. Continues to be not such a great ground for Quinton de Kock. So elsewhere in the country there is another one-day cup game taking place at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom between the hosts and the Lions. No run there. Yes, that's Khani in very quickly from his position at mid-wicket.
So you take into account Sean Gilson here. So just over halfway in his 5th over. He's gone for just 8 runs.
Well, Goldrush Boland will be looking at this and they'll be thinking, if we can do the same there, we can maybe strangle the Tuskers from a run scoring point of view. Exactly what Gilson's done here. Just been putting it in exactly the right areas. And the way the wind is blowing at the moment, very nicely played down the ground by Manak for a single. So
We
prevents
just-
the maiden over. It's 149 for the loss of 6.
And we just need to know what's going on in the semi-final between the Proteas and New Zealand, because the producer or the director next door, Bandile, getting
Yeah.
very excited,
Yeah.
banging on the desk when a wicket falls.
Well, another wicket has fallen there by the sounds of things. But just to give you the information around that game, in the one-day cup between the Lions and the Dragons, the Lions 185 for 3 after 36 and nearly 36 overs there. Zubair Hamza putting his hand up with a very good 86 not out of 98 deliveries, and in with him at the moment is Vian 367 not out. Mulder with 38 there. It's going down the leg side, you feel, as Whitehead does replace Nofal, which is exactly what we expected. And it's Imran Manak going for the big heave-ho out through the leg side.
Yeah, I think Imran Manak is eyeing that mid-wicket fence. But he needs to be very careful, because there is a man at long on and there is a man on the square leg fence. And if he doesn't get his angle right, he can find either one of those two.
No, you've got to be careful with Whitehead is turning the ball away from him. That's again down the leg side, it looks like. And will be leg buys. And through for that single, that brings up the 150 for Goldrush Boland, and it has been a struggle. The 150 coming off after 40.3 overs. So that means it's taken them 16 overs and 2 balls to get the third 50 here. The first 50 off just 9.2 overs, second 50 off 14 overs and 5 balls, and the third one off 16 overs and 2 balls. So 200 is looking like a good score from here.
Well, if they can get to 200.
Yeah, I think that is the question, isn't it?
So I think, you know, obviously, I mean, in the tournament that we just watched, we were saying because of the type of wicket we were going, you know, 100 is that psychological barrier getting to 3 figures. And I think in the One Day Cup, you're going to see on wickets like this, you're going to go, well, 200 is that psychological. It does give you something to bowl at.
Yeah.
And we know that the pole wicket can get slower as the day goes on, as the match progresses.
Yeah.
But we've also seen, depending, you still have to bowl well. You still have to put the ball in the right area. Your fielding still has to be on song.
The other thing is that you do know is that maybe in the evening sometimes it might come on a little better onto the bat. Maybe there's not really going to be any dew this evening because there's no. The wind will blow all that away. It could be interesting to see. Only going to get to the floodlights coming on almost halfway through that second innings, with this having a 1 o'clock start. At the end of the over, it's at 1:53 for the loss of 6 after 41. So, as you say, still quite a lot of work to do, Brendan, to get them up to that figure of 200. Which they'll feel is the absolute minimum they would want to get to give them a chance to at least have something to bowl at.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, you know, step one is, and step one is for the two of these two batsmen need to get to 200. And I feel that with Manak and Adams in, if they get to 200 with still 6 wickets down, and maybe 3 overs to go, you know, then they could still get up to 230, 240. But it depends on how these two bat out at least the next 5 overs minimum.
Well, somebody's going to have to take Gilson on, and that's not going to be easy. And having said that, he does exactly that. That is maybe going to be caught. No, it's not. Oh, it's gone for 4. Well, that was almost exactly in the middle of the 2 fielders coming around. And just as I was saying, somebody's going to have to take Gilson on. Fourisco Adams, he takes him on, and he manages to split Nofal and Abrams and get it down to the boundary for 4.
So now we're going to change you from Cape Fox to Soothsayer Fox.
Well, Brendan, yeah, it's just with the time, somebody has to start going. I don't think that's such a great option, though, from Fourisco Adams. He's just played a really lovely shot, almost down the ground, just wide of long on for 4, and now he tries to reverse sweep. Yes, there is a gap there, fine on the offside.
Yeah,
That's well fielded off his own bowling.
So I mean, the thing is that yes, there is that man at backward point, almost like a gully area, and there's no one at third man, so I can understand him trying to reverse sweep and get it fine. There's free runs there, but it's that danger of playing through the shot too early and getting a top edge or a leading edge.
Yeah, well, he's playing against whatever turn there might be, and Gilson's getting a lovely amount of drift here and dip, so that's why he's been quite difficult to play. You can see that drift as well. If you're watching closely, that one not as much perhaps, but it's a little bit shorter, and well played by Manak down the ground. He moves to 16. Adams is exactly double that. And it's taken him a while to get to that 16 Manak, but it's very important that he stayed there. That's the thing for Goldrush Boland here. These two have put on 32 for the 7th wicket. Now he's coming around the wicket, the off-break bowler, to Adams. Just changing the angle.
I think it's the Boland. They know what these two are capable of. And that's the end of the over.
Yeah, good over.
Seven from it, so it's 160 for 6. But it comes down to when Gilson is bowling. You've seen those last few, he just darted them in.
Yep.
But when he's used his height and he's tossed the ball up, he's floated it in, he's used the breeze to good effect, as you say, to get a bit of drift going, and that's where it's caused him a bit of issues. Whereas that first ball where Adams came down the track to him, used his feet so that he couldn't dictate, and got that through into the deep mid-wicket region. Fortunately, they almost clashed. There was the bit of the bounce and the turn of the ball, and they picked up a boundary. But I think these two are going to have to start getting inventive now. It's there's 8 overs left in the innings.
Well, this over, I think he's going to try and play into the leg side. That's with the wind to the right-hander's leg side. That is dangerous because it's against the spin. And then, as I say that, he plays it down to long off for the single. That was wideish outside the off stump. That's really all you can do. The Whitehead bowling, that very good line.
If we had a camera in the box next door to us, we'd have some interesting visuals from what Bandile is giving us.
Yeah. Well, sounds like South Africa under the cosh there at the moment in Kolkata.
Down the track. Oh.
Well, he's just as well that he got something on that Imran Manak. Otherwise, Ntando Zuma would have been whipping those bails off. He is making his intentions clear.
If we look at both Gilson and Whitehead going for less than 3 runs and over, so we can see that the spinners have dictated, and even Nofal was 3.7 to the over.
Yeah, it's glorious shot straight. Is it though? No, it's going to be taken. Is it taken? Yes, it is. And Manak in going for that big shot down the ground. He is out. Mokhakani takes the catch at long on. Thought it was perhaps straighter. He didn't hit it as hard as he would have liked. He was getting itchy feet there. Was Imran Manak, and he has to make his way, and that is a big wicket for the Tuskers. Partnership just starting to develop into something. 16 off 42 for the tall off-break bowler for Goldrush Boland.
Yeah, we saw it coming. Manak had come down earlier in the over, but got an inside edge onto the pads. But that one, striking it, but not cleanly enough. And a good catch by Mokhakani as Keith Dudgeon and Dragons comes on to bat.
Yeah, Whitehead there getting his second wicket of the match. Keith Dudgeon, 35 innings, 455 runs, average of nearly 17. Pretty good strike rate in this format of the game. High score is 71. Playing against his former team here, and wouldn't he love to get a good few against them today. Keith Dudgeon recently having his first child, and he's hopefully won't be his cricket. We know that it won't be his cricket giving him sleepless nights at the moment.
Yeah, when I look at these guys having their kids now, makes me feel extra old, because then I think of my kids, 18 and 15, giving me different types of sleepless nights.
Yeah, well, yeah. not even going to go there. You have to add 10 onto both of those to get my children's ages, pretty much. So, yeah. Yeah.
No, that is quite right. Last Saturday evening, after I got home from commentating during the day at the Boland Super League. Just watch this last delivery.
Very good over from Sean Whitehead, just a single off it and the wicket of Imran Manak, and it is 161 for 7.
So, out of the commentating on 2 of the 3 games and then getting home, and I thought, oh, you know what? It's actually going to be nice to get home like just before 6. And I decided to stop at the shop and get some kachelot. I thought I'm going to make a nice fire, just enjoy the flames, pour a glass of wine. And I did, and I was nice and relaxed. In fact, I was so relaxed. And I had to go fetch my daughter at midnight in Durbanville. And it was 10 o'clock and I was falling asleep on the bar.
You know, been there, done that.
And it had the falling asleep had nothing to do with wine, because I think I only had a glass or 2, but it was just I was so tired.
Yeah. And for Traffic Officer Erasmus out there, Erasmus perhaps the wrong name to call. That's a good shot. It may be going for 4. Yes, it does. Fresco Adams just rocking back to that one that was just a little bit wide from Gilson, and he plays it very nicely through the covers for 4.
That was a glorious shot from Fresco, and Dudgeon coming round, but short and wide from Sean Gilson, and Adams just placed that ball perfectly.
Was it F-E-R-I-S-C-O Frisco?
Yeah.
The full-bodied instant with the fresh roast flavour. The fresh roast flavour every coffee lover wants. There we go. I think, there we go.
The fact that you remembered that one.
Terrible, yeah. So, yeah, that was... and apologies to the maker of that brand, but it's not one that I particularly
I grew up on the yellow tin of Rick Coffee.
Yes, Rick Coffee, yeah.
The as we used to call it, the chicory tin.
They're right, the chicory tin. Rick Coffee flavour is fresh percolated. That was their that was their slogan. So there we go. It's,
except on a Sunday when we used to get home from church, and my mom used to. It was always a thing. She would pull out the filter coffee.
Oh, there we go.
She'd take out the filter coffee from the fridge.
Yeah.
And then she would say, "This is freshly percolated."
There we go. Well, he has a full go and doesn't make any kind of contact there for Frisco Adams. Still 6 overs after this. He's the key for Goldrush Boland, getting a decent total here.
Yeah.
And that just go through for the single.
I think for the Tuskers, if they can look at getting Adams out, then they've got a very strong chance of restricting the home side to under 200, and that for the Tuskers would be job done with the ball.
Yeah, and certainly up to the batters to see what they can do from there onwards. And Tuskers will be hoping, above all hopes, that they can get over the line here and put a W next to their 2 games. They would have won 1, lost 1.
Thank you, James. Cape Fox is stepping out to probably go stand next to Bandile and watch the Proteas game, as I'm joined by the esteemed Jeremy Fredericks. And as we wait for Sean Whitehead to bowl from the Drakenstein. An update from Kolkata. South Africa currently 45 for 2 after 5 overs. With Adam Markram 15 from 13 and Devil Brevis 14 of 8.
Yeah, thank you, Brandon. Well, 166 now for 7. Frisco Adams has been fighting back. That's why he's known as the Iceman. So these last couple of overs, they want to make sure that they get that to above 180 and try and get to maybe 200 if they can. That will give them something to bowl at on this wicket.
Now, I remember we were talking about the Stannerbank series earlier, Jeremy, and I remember 45 overs aside, like 185 was like the glory number. It was, it was just over 4 runs and over, and I was like, wow, that's motoring.
Yeah, well, can you believe it? All for good totals, and if you saw scores over 220 in 45 overs, you'd go, wow, that's a winning total. No one's getting it. And that was true, it was a winning total.
That's when you had the likes of Adrian Caper belting the ball. I used to...
How good would he have been for the game now?
Sure.
I was a good player, could hit the ball nicely, Adrian Caper. Lovely fella. Saw him the other day, in fact, at Dennis Hobson's funeral. Saw him, Stephen Jeffries, Peter Kirsten. The old players there that came to bid their farewell. The world missed out to see a very, very good leg spinner in Dennis Hobson.
We might not have been the biggest producers of spinners, but we did have some good ones over the years. Dennis Hobson, Alan Curry, and I was watching some old videos of Hocha Adams, throwing his back out.
Yeah, the frog in the blender. That's what I remember. We got to a selection meeting and one of the guys there in the selection panel said, "Who's this frog in a blender?"
Yeah, when he came on to bowl the first time for Western Province, it was certainly interesting watching him bowl. It was just Jeremy, 5 overs left in the innings now. Adams on 41 from 55, 169 for 7. So a runner ball here gets him to 199. But I think they're going to be looking at 8, maybe 9 and over if possible, but it's going to be very difficult on this track with 7 wickets down already.
Yeah, not going to be easy. Not at all. So Gilson to continue. 5 overs remaining. The sweep. Get 1. Now these two will have to go right to the end.
I'm looking at Gilson here, and it's to me, it's almost like watching a younger version of Simon Harmer bowl.
That's in the air. It's going to fall in the gap. Safely, it'll come back for a second.
It's good running there by Adams, coming back to the non-striker's end. I had to jump out of my seat to see where that was going to land.
That's a good hit. That's a good hit. It's out of here. Nice, man.
Safest shot in cricket. Dead straight and over the rope.
He knows what to do at the death of an innings. He's on 48 and he's batted so sensibly.
He's got a decent strike rate, does Adams. It's 48 from 57. He's batted sensibly, he's rotated the strike, he's worked it, he's picked up the odd boundary here and there.
Down the ground he goes again. Get one. Moves to 49. One short of another little milestone for him. Yeah, 180 they got to so far. And they'd want to get this over 200.
That was a good over for the home side. 12 runs coming from it. And that is the first double figure over since the 10th over. So Boland now 181 for 7, just 4 overs left. Keith Dudgeon on strike, but more importantly for Frisco Adams at the non-strikers end on 49. And it's Sean Whitehead to complete his spell of bowling now. He's 9 overs, 2 for 23.
No, he's been excellent, wasn't he? Hasn't he been? He's been good throughout. Did the job that his team wanted from him.
Yeah, it really has been an excellent display between Malcolm Knoffel, Sean Whitehead, and not to mention Sean Gilson. That's also kept things quite tight. Mind you, his last over did go for 12, but outside of that, it's been excellent by the 3 spinners. Besides the excellent bowling from the Tuskers, their fielders have really backed up their bowlers quite well this afternoon. It makes such a difference to a side.
Yeah, it's so important that you make sure that apart from bowling, that the fielding is top-notch as well, to keep totals at a reasonable level, make sure that the game doesn't get out of hand, and they've done it. That'll be his 50. And a well-constructed knock, much needed for Boland. Gets his applause, the Iceman lifts his bat up high. And he's certainly given the score, maybe not the substance it has, but he's given it some substance, something to bowl at. And he's come back and played nicely for Frisco Adams.
But you can see the type of innings that Adams has played. It's been an absolute mature innings. Just 4 fours and a 6 in that knockoff 50. And it's come off 62 balls. It is an excellent strike rate. He's rotated well. And that, for me, is key. On a slow wicket, you've got to rotate the strike.
Yeah, he showed how you could play. Whitehead ends off for 2 for 25 in his 10. So he's done his day's job. And well deserved as well.
For those who just joined us, a warm welcome and on behalf of Cricket South Africa and CEO and President of Moothee Ram, welcome to Boland Park. The one match between Goldrush Boland and Moothee Ram Tuskers.
So we got some seam.
Yeah, for Yun back on. His first 5 overs went for 27.
Bowling from the north end, Highness Philippines.
And it's interesting from Viljoen coming around the wicket to Fariska Adams.
He's probably seen something, or maybe trying to make sure that he plays. That's going to be wide. Yes, indeed it is. It's as wide as the ocean.
As any seamer would say, that was a loosener. I'm just opening up my arms, getting the shoulders into gear.
Oh, this is high up in the air. It will have the beating of the fielder, and it's going to go all the way. Well, that's a good hit from Frisco. It's been high and handsome.
Oh, that had absolute hang time. That ball just went up and up. We actually thought it was going to land just beyond the fielder, but and it was against the slight breeze that's out there. It was a fantastic shot. His second maximum of the day.
Well, that's going to be runs again. We're going to come back for the second. That's good running. Good running from Frisco Adams.
Yeah, I don't like this tactic by Viljoen. Coming round the wicket, bowled a wide first up, then he got hammered for 6 and then on the pads for 2.
Boy, just didn't get hold of that again. Yeah, he's angry with himself, Frisco. He knew he had to get it wide on that fielder to get that boundary.
Yeah, it's been a good over for Boland so far. It's 10 runs from it. Still persisting around the wicket, now to Dudgeon. And that's 4 runs to Dudgeon down the leg side from Viljoen, and Dudgeon just picks that up off his legs, beats the 2 men out in the deep, the short fine leg and the man at deep backward square, and much needed 4 runs. It's an expensive over from Viljoen here.
Well, this could just let the game go, so it's at a certain direction, Brandon. I agree with you. This tactic just not working. Plenty in this over, and it's not done yet.
There are 2 overs to go in the Boland innings. And it looks like Darren de Pavlon is back into the attack. That's good running. That's excellent running from Keith Dudgeon.
Yeah, has been good.
Yeah, immediately as Adams hit that, Dudgeon called and was sprinting off, and that's what I like, running that first one hard, putting the pressure on the fielder to get in and try and cut it off. But made that 2 look very easy.
Wide called by the umpire. 200 up for Boland. Wow, at one stage it didn't look as if they'll get to 150. But thanks to this innings from Frisco Adams thus far, it's been a resurrection act.
Yeah, you know what? Adams just needed someone like a Rudolphson or a Kaplan to do something similar at the top of the order. Could have been a massive difference in this innings.
Oh, it's well played. Plays the scoop. Reverse scoop. Excellent stuff from Frisco Adams. Another boundary.
Yeah, he got into position for this one very quickly and just got the bat on it. He knows that the 3rd man is up in the circle. So another boundary to Adams. Takes him to 63, 204 for 7.
Really, at the end of this innings, things have certainly worked out for Boland. They've brought their speedsters back, and it hasn't had the desired result thus far. Oh, that'll be another wide. Oh dear.
Radar
What's going
broken.
on here?
His radar's broken. Yeah, I'm surprised that I know Gilson went for 12 in the last over. I'm surprised that that Viljoen was brought back. I mean, he went for 14. And we know that Adams is on the charge. It is the final 3 overs. He's going to look, but it just takes one error. Maybe beaten by a bit of turn or a bit of bounce.
Oh, he's beaten the fielder. That's gone for 4. Productive stuff this from Boland. And Adams. Played a gem.
As one of our colleagues, Eugene Mulliam, would say, save your legs, son. Papers.
I don't know where he gets onto papers. That to me is Yeah, but that to me is just, I know it's dirty, but that to me is just on paper.
But there was a lovely shot from Adams, and he stepped outside his leg stump, gave himself some room.
I wonder if he's giving it the old papers at the school's finals there where he is this weekend, the big fellow. Wide again. That was his birthday also on Monday. So they brought him a beautiful cake here and some snacks and some champers. He was a happy chappy. Well, I think it's the first time I'd seen him stunned for words. I think he was close to tears.
Shame. Well, he did walk around the field on Sunday telling everyone that it was his birthday the next day. Made sure everyone knew about it.
Okay. And then on Monday he was like, I wasn't here Sunday, but got here on Monday and he's like, as if nothing's happened, and he's all teary.
Yeah, I spent. So again, good running by these two. Excellent running. 50 partnership up between these two. Adams 33, Dudgeon 10. 51 runs off just 36 balls. It's been an excellent batting display led by Adams.
Yeah, you got to take your hat off to Frisco Adams. He's really been absolutely wonderful. Without those runs, Boland would have been in awe. They were in disarray at one stage, and he come back here and he's shown the fighting spirit that we all know that the Iceman can do. Oh, he's out that on it too. Oh, see, was lucky not to get 4 there. Had he missed it, that would have been wide as well from Dupavalon.
Yeah, and Adams is upset with himself, banging his pads that he missed out on that full toss on the legs. Yeah, Adams 68, and it's been a fantastic, brilliant innings from the Iceman.
Well, that innings, I tell you what, Boland.
We'd be having an early dinner already, Jeremy,
Yeah.
I think.
Absolutely.
I think Dudgeon has played a vital little innings here with Adams.
.49 gone. 214 for 7.
Off that over, very expensive.
Seems like Fulham will end off.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go around the wicket again. I don't know.
Surprised that Wayne Purnell didn't come back for another spell.
Fortune for South Africa. As Miller is dropped in the deep.
Oh, it's all heart-stopping stuff. Oh, that's gone. Into the hands of the man in the deep.
That is an excellent catch there by Noffel in the deep. And that sees the back of Keith Dudgeon. Fillion picks up the wicket. Just as I say, I don't agree with him continuing around the wicket, and he picks up a wicket.
What do we know?
What do we know? Absolutely nothing. But, just didn't connect it as well as he would liked, but an excellent catch from Noffel there, diving, coming around from the mid-wicket fence. That sees Dudgeon gone for 10 from 18 balls.
He's done his job, hasn't he?
He has.
For Boland. And a captain now, Clinton Stearman in. That was the 8th wicket to 4.
Yeah, we just we take into account he might have gone for 10 or 18 balls, but the fact that he stuck around with Adams, rotated the strike, gave him the strike when he needed to, and was key in that 50-run partnership with Adams.
Yeah, and key indeed he was.
Well, we know that Steedman just needs to do one thing: get bats on ball, and hand Adams the strike, and let him with the last 4 balls see how many boundaries he can strike.
Yeah, he'll just get one. And then to Adams, right, give us the kitchen sink.
Yep. As I would say in Afrikaans, Glente moet hierdie bal stuur. Na derde man toe. Not bad with, first dad joke. What's it now? It's the last over of the innings. I think I've been well behaved.
Oh, he's just chipped that over down that third man region.
That was a good stop there. Looks like Mokokane.
Yeah, he's been good in the field. Took 1 or 2 good catches, Mokogane, and then did the job that was needed.
That was a catch of Manak that he took. Now Adams on strike. This should be fun.
Yeah, what have we got? 4 balls.
I think Fillion's going to drop this in short.
Out. Oh dear, it's all happening. Even at Eden Gardens. Oh well, he got a bit of bat onto that. And that will run away. Yeah, as the betting 4 more. Miller gone. South Africa loses their 4th there at Eden Gardens.
Yeah, you saw Miller's head drop there. But here, Adams will take any runs that he can. That was fortunate inside edge. But 4 runs nonetheless for the home side. That takes Adams to 72. And he's now gone to 72 off 71 balls. Strike rate just over 100.
Well, he's hit this high and handsome as well. And that, well, 1 bounce over the fence for 4. Wow, wow, wow. This is absolute an innings of consequence and great consequence of Boland. He gets a tap with a bat from the batsman, or his partner, the captain. But Frisco has played an absolute gem.
2 balls left in the innings. He's now on 76, and he's 7 runs shy of his career best of 83.
Ball him through the gate. You can't blame him, but he's done the job that he was sent out to do. He came in at a difficult situation, and he did his thing. Well done. A good innings. 76 of 72 balls from Frisco Adams.
Well, what a fantastic innings from the Iceman. And even though he's put his side into a far better position than what they were, he still walks off extremely disappointed, having fell on the second last ball of the innings. And it just shows you the love and passion that Frisco Adams has for the Boland badge.
Yves Kamanzi, last man in for Boland. With 1 ball to go, can he strike that boundary? South Africa after 10 are 77 for 4.
Kamanzi, 26 years old. There's 19 runs to his name.
From Durban.
Yeah. How many boys haven't we spoken about today that come from the wild coast? Nativity Bay, as it was once known.
Is there a lot of nativity plays?
Oh. 2 dad jokes in the over?
Oh dear, oh dear. It's falling apart in Calcutta. Eden Gardens. Brewer's gone. Can you, Adam and Eve, this? Get a single. And this will come to an end as well. Here at Boland Park. $224. Boland ends up for 9. And at one stage, well, I can tell you, they were 127 for 6. And it's been a great effort, thanks to the innings that Frisco Adams has played. If it wasn't for that knock, it would have been all over Red Rover for Boland. But they've really done well.
Yeah, I think considering that they were in deep trouble, 240 would have been a par total, but having fallen 16 runs short of that. Fantastic innings. Frisco Adams stands out there. 76 off 73 balls, eventually bowled by Huddersfield off the second last ball of the innings. And the only other real contributor there at the top of the order, Clyde Reeves-Fontaine, out for 40 on 41. And Grant Rullison with 24. Outside of that, it's been a very disappointing effort by the home team.
Yeah, the top order that capitulated there for Darren to Pavilion, his 5 overs went for 37, and Huddersfield then here towards the end getting the 2 wickets with 1 maiden, 2 for 48. But it was the spinners really that did the job. Whitehead's 2 for 25 of his 10. Abrams was good in good support. Norfolk was good, and then Wayne Parnell, he's 2 of 10 of his 4 overs to make sure that they keep these men at bay from Boland. But there's going to be work to do. It's not the easiest of wickets to bat on. And well done to Boland and that knock of 76 from Frisco Adams that has done the job. Well, we're going to have a break. And when you come back, we'll watch the innings of the Tuskers. And hopefully Boland, being at home, can salvage some pride. Because it's important in this competition that you look to win. From Brendan and myself, greetings just for a short while.
I'm bored.
I totally don't mind going Santa Barbara with you, but you cannot use me as your crutch. You're so Can use your sister too. Is this more in your head? So you
Fanas, girls, love you. Let's take a break. We are going to a one-day cup.
Take a break with us. Step away from the busy, the boredom, and that same old routine. Get your ticket to the One Day Cup and step into real energy, real people, and real cricket.
There it is for the Dolphins.
What a lovely day, babe.
Well played, 10%. Well played.
Bafnas? Girls? Love you? Let's take a break. We are going to a one-day cup.
Take a break with us. Step away from the busy, the boredom, and that same old routine. Get your ticket to the One Day Cup and step into real energy, real people, and real cricket.
There it is for the Dolphins.
What a lovely day, babe.
Well played, 10%. Well played.
Welcome back to Boland Park, where we are about to see the chase from the Tuskers, looking for 225 to win this CSA One Day Cup game against the host Goldrush Boland. I'm James King. With me here in the commentary box, Brendan Atwell. Brendan, it didn't look like Goldrush Boland were going to get close to 200 at one stage, but some excellent work at the back end by Frisco Adams together with Imran Manak firstly, and then Keith Dudgeon. It took them from 127 for 6 after 30 overs up to that 224 for 9.
Yeah, no, it was an excellent innings by Frisco Adams. 76 from 73 balls.
Steelman first delivery, that is adjacent, and he's out. So they make the perfect start to the men from Goldrush Boland. And Malcolm Knopfel, he has to go. First ball in the block hole from Glenton Stearman, and the left-hander's trapped on the miss leg stump. It's going to miss off stump. It's going to cannon into middle. It's an outstanding delivery and a good decision from umpire Abongile Sodumo. And that is not the start the Tuskers were looking for. Knopfel in some good form after his innings against the Dragons in Maritzburg earlier on this week, and he has to make his way. And Jonty Rapalana will now be joined by Andile Mohakani at the crease as the two look to just get through that early loss of Knopfel. Is he opening? Oh, Zuma, sorry, maybe he is. No, just. So maybe just trying to see, this is Mohakani, that it is Ntando Zuma that is opening, not Rapalana. Apologies for that. So Zuma opening with Knopfel, and now together with Mohakani. Andile Mohakani, 32 innings, 545 runs, average of 17. So another player that you would feel is really wanting to get amongst the runs here to get that average a lot better. With a good straight delivery and just a little bit of away movement from the right-hander.
Yeah, just looking at these first two balls from Steedman, and it has been at a good pace. He's getting some shape through the air, and that Knopfel was just nowhere. There was no foot movement. He was beaten all ends up. It was a fantastic opening ball. Just what Boland needed.
Good lines and lengths from Glenton Stearman. Just really a surprise delivery. I don't think he was expecting it to be that full. As you said, just caught on the crease and hit pretty much in front of middle stump, with the ball straightening from the right arm over the wicket bowler to the left-hander. So now a job for Zuma and Mohakani to do for their team. One just dying as it went through to Clyde Reeves-Fontaine behind the stumps. Glenton Stearman, the captain for this Goldrush Boland team in this One Day Cup, taking over from Clyde Reeves-Fontaine, the normal captain.
So James, the one thing, and we've said it how often throughout the T20 tournaments and that, is the fact that the Yorker is such an underutilized delivery. And I mean, that ball from Steedman first up, I mean, it was in the block hole. It was just fantastic. I mean, Knopfel just knew, it was just like, oh, I'm falling over my feet. Oh, crap, I'm heading back to the pavilion.
And you probably don't expect it as a batter. I mean, first up, Stearman probably pace-wise up in the maybe 130, you're looking at him maybe 125, 130, could be a little bit quicker than that, maybe being a bit harsh on him, but first delivery was just an absolute beauty. He's caught on the crease with that ball, just straightening on him, and is the end of the over. A wicket maiden for Glenton Stearman to start off with, and that will be really something of a fillip for this Goldrush Boland team. You just sensed, Brendan, that they went into the dressing room on a high with that innings from Frisco Adams, which was absolutely outstanding to get them to where they probably felt, okay, 225 to chase on this surface. Not going to be that easy with the attack that they've got.
Look, I still think that the Moothee Ram Tuskers will be the happier of the two sides, considering that they lost the toss. They were asked to bowl first, and they had Boland in all sorts of trouble. But yes, Frisco Adams would have swung the advantage slightly back towards Boland. But the fact that Steedman started the way he did, wicket made him up front, and you were saying, Norfolk didn't get his feet moving, and he didn't expect that delivery first up. What a delivery to bowl first up when the feet don't move.
Keith Dudgeon into Ntando Zuma, the young man, and just 21 years of age. And from Peter Maritzburg, he is from St. Charles College, excellent school there, one of the schools that Cricket South Africa has identified as one of their key schools. Given a big responsibility today to open the batting here for the Tuskers. Just his 7th limited over game, and so far just the 49 runs for him and a top score of 23. He'll be looking to improve on that most certainly, and that was in the game against the Dragons earlier on this week. So really a big role for the young player here, and he'll be looking to make his mark today.
I really love the way Zuma plays that ball. It's almost like he's going to leave it, and then it's just this late movement where he comes down late, knocks the ball. It's a very interesting way to play the ball.
Yeah, I think he's just got to be careful there that he's making sure that he keeps his bat as straight as he can. Just concern is if it does perhaps not bounce as much. He's got his bat at about a 45-degree angle. He needs to be careful of that. And once again, in behind it. Just needs to have a ball nipping back a little bit into the right-hander. And he could maybe find himself struggling. But Dudgeon been on the money already with his first 4 deliveries of the innings. Straight this time, and still no run. So yet to record anything off the bat in the first 11 deliveries.
Yeah, what's been nice about the 2 overs, well, the 11 balls bowled so far by Steedman and Dudgeon is it's been tight. It's been on the stumps.
He does have a very good strike rate there, Keith Dudgeon. 47 innings, 72 wickets, average of 24. Very good in this format. And another maiden over. At the end of 2, it's still 0 for the loss of 1, or the Tuskers. They're starting off with 2 maiden overs, the men from Goldrush Boland.
Yeah, and just an update from the World Cup is that Marco Jansen is giving South Africa something to bowl at. He's just gone to his 50 off just 27 balls. South Africa 163 for 6 with 7 balls left in the innings.
Well, that is certainly looking very good from where they were. And they'll feel something around 180. They'll maybe back themselves to defend that. So that is good from South Africa and from Plunky, as we call him. Well, first runs, and there will be 2 for Mokhakani as Bunbury sees breezes across the ground to pick that one up.
Let's not use players' names to describe the way they run. I might just have another laughing fit at some stage.
Well, we call him the breeze because he's so quick over the ground. It's almost as if his feet don't touch the ground when he goes across the outfield to collect those deliveries. That's a very good shot. It's only slightly wide from Stearman. It's gloriously played by Mokhakani. Backward of point through to the boundary for 4.
No, that was a great shot, but not the best of deliveries. And we have a look. This is just giving a bit of width. And Mokhakani was able just to play through it. Some lovely wrist work. Opened the face, guided the ball past point for 4.
And he just seemed to have such a lovely straight bat when he hit that one. Nice high elbow. Very good from Mokhakani. Oh, and this one goes where perhaps a gully would have been. They're coming back for the second. And they get through easily. And that is, it's like Imran Manak. Is it down there on the boundary? No, he's here at mid-off. I'm just trying to see who's down there. It's Dudgeon down there, of course, at third. So, been a good over, this for the Tuskers, after they went scoreless in the first 2.
I was just going to say, 12 balls, no runs, and then suddenly 3 balls, 8 runs. Yeah, the one thing I mean, in the 20-over format, Boland often use Stearman and Imran Manak to open. We know that, it's the 20-over format. But it'll be interesting to see when Stearman decides to bring Imran Manak into the attack.
I think with the 2 right-handers batting, maybe Kamanzi might get a run early on. That's glorious shot through the offside, and once again wasn't that wide, but it's probably just the length. I mean, the length there from Stearman. He just stand and deliver from Mokhakani.
The timing in that shot was impeccable. He just stood up off the back foot, calypso style. Just absolute timing on that one. There was it was a strong shot, but you just heard that sound off the bat. But that was just pure timing.
I was being kind to Glenn de Stearman. That was very wide. He's in behind that one. And the end of an expensive over from Stearman. 3 gone though. It's 12 for the loss of 1.
That was just an impeccable shot. Wide from Stearman, and Mokhakani was onto it in an absolute flash. It's amazing how 1 over can just undo all the good work. Dudgeon and Dragon, welling from the Drakenstein end, as we like to call it.
On the Dragon end, it is.
The Dragon
it is. Draken is a dragon.
Yeah, Draken, yes.
That is the Drakenstein.
Oh, there we go. Just been given a Afrikaans lesson by Jeremy Fredericks.
Yeah. It would be it's interesting because in German the word for kite is Drachen, which is also the word for dragon.
Okay.
So if you fly a kite, so maybe kites look a bit like dragons, perhaps. You never know. Or dragons look a bit like... we don't know what dragons look like because they don't exist. But
well, you do have the Komodo dragon.
We do have the Komodo dragon. But, maybe put a couple of wings on him, toss him out of a plane at 20,000 feet. And
yeah. And Jeremy also just keeping us abreast of what's happening in the Proteas game. 166 for 8 now.
Yeah, probably just a couple of deliveries to go there, maybe, for South Africa. So 170 looking like absolute maximum there, probably. Oh, that's a good delivery. Bit of extra bounce, and Zuma's off the mark. That guy down to Fariska Adams at third man.
That seemed to square Zuma up a little bit, that ball from Dudgeon. But I made the comment earlier in the tournament that, to me, South Africa's bowling has been a strong point for us in this tournament. If we look at the way, and we understand that was bowling first, the way they bowled against the West Indies, the way they decimated India.
It's in the air, and that will be all the way, will it? Yes, it is all the way for 6. So Andile Mokhakani, he's come out here. He's a man on a mission. 2 boundaries in the previous over of Dudgeon, Stearman. This one just short from Dudgeon, and he plays it over that short boundary on the leg side. Glorious shot with the wind, just a short arm jab.
Has Mokhakani got dinner reservations for 8 o'clock, perhaps?
Oh, I think he might have. Maybe you never know. Wants to get there and maybe home to Paul. Maybe I don't know quite where they're staying. I was going to say maybe to Pearl Valley early this evening and early tee off tomorrow morning. You never know. He is a man in a hurry at the moment. 18 off now, 13 deliveries. Andile Mokhakani came to the crease. The second ball of the innings after Malcolm Knofall was trapped LBW by Glenton Stearman. First delivery of the innings for the Tuskers. They need 225 to win at exactly 4.5 runs to the over. And that ends the Dudgeon over 7 off that. It's 19 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, as I said, an over or so back, I wonder how long Steedman is going to wait or resist bringing Imran Manak into the attack. Generally bowls from the Drakenstein end.
I think that he'll probably give himself and Keith Dudgeon at least one more over and assess what's happening here. We did see in that Boland innings that the pacers early on didn't necessarily have the kind of penetration that they would have wanted. That power play 55 without loss for Goldrush Boland, so going at a good rate. And here we've also got, after those first 2 maidens, Mokhakani and Zuma have put on 19 in the first 4 overs. So just the last 2 going for those 19 runs. So pace is starting to leak a few runs here. That's down the leg side as we have the score update from that match in Kolkata. New Zealand will need 170 to make it to the final of the T20 World Cup, and they will need then 8.5 and over exactly to get through against South Africa. South Africa reliant on a very good partnership between Stubbs and Janssen.
Yeah, as I was saying, the ball, I mean, the ball's only 4 overs old, but considering that the last 2 overs have gone for 19 runs, it'll be interesting to see what happens maybe in this over and Dudgeon's next. But just getting back to the Proteas, the bowlers are really going to have to be on song in that power play, restricted, and then...
Nope, it'll be New Zealand looking to Seifert and Allen to get them off to an excellent start once again. They've been very good in the power play. South Africa, they will feel they're in the game. 170, and they did defend 180, I think it was, against India. And they will feel that they've got the runs on the board. New Zealand now have to go and get them.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, you know, they got 180 against India, which I thought at that point was nowhere near enough considering India's batting lineup, the knowledge of the conditions and stuff like that. But yet they came out and decimated India for 111, I think it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
You know, and you look at the way they restricted New Zealand, you look at the way they restricted the West Indies up to a point. You know, it was just an exceptional batting performance. They got them up to the 177.
Yeah.
and the bowlers are going to have to come to the party again to restrict New Zealand in what really 170, I think, is maybe a bit, probably 20 runs short of where they were hoping for.
I'm sure it is. As you say, probably is 20 runs short of what they were hoping for. South Africa, this team, they'll believe. They have that belief. They'll be coming in and executing their plans. This has been a better over from Stearman, wide off the first delivery, but just a single after that. Boland captain, I think he'll be happy that it's 21 for 1, nearly at the end of the 5th over. I see Imran Manak doing a little bit of warming up. It's Yves Kamanzi. He's down there, I think, on the long leg boundary. You'll probably see him bowling reasonably soon. That's another one down the leg side. And just letting that stray. Stearman, he won't be happy with that. It's the second wide of the over and of the innings.
Yeah, just looking at the Boland lineup with Imran Manak, Liam Botha might have to do some bowling. Aviwe Kajima.
Well, certainly you feel, just looking at this lineup for the Tuskers, a few left-handers in the lineup. That's why. Just looking at somebody like Imran Manak, for example, the off-break bowler, and Aviwe Mgijima. I mean, you have got Michael Erlang, he's left-hand batter. Sean Gilson, left-hand batter. Northall already made his way. He's also a left-hander. So you have got, and with Wayne Parnell as well, you have got a number of left-handed batters in this team. So 3 of them there we mentioned where the off-spinner you feel will have a role to play. It is the left-arm orthodox spin of Kamanzi that we also feel will have a role in this game, into the team for the first time this season. Dajin continues to Zuma. I think they're probably quite happy that Zuma's sort of bringing his bat down at a bit of an angle here. He's got to be careful. He's not getting into line. This will be quite a different challenge for him. Though Darren de Pavillon, when I spoke to him before the game today, said that the conditions here he felt were probably quite similar to Peter Maritzburg in terms of the wicket. That's a beauty from Dudgeon. Beats him, all ends up, squares him up, and goes through to the keeper. Good bounce, good carry.
Yeah, I heard that chat that you had with Darren de Pavillon, and he also said that it's very similar to Peter Maritzburg, but it's just a bit slower.
Yeah.
But it will be interesting to see. Do we know if Sia Mahima's picked up an injury? Or?
He has, yes. So he injured his knee in the final 4-day game here. And this has opened the door for Kamanzi to come into the team, as normally they would have Mahima potentially here in the team with his very cultured left arm spin that he bowls. But he was fielding on the edge of on the square in that game and just went over on his knee. He was trying to stop a delivery going through mid-wicket, and was then substituted by and Imran Manak came in his place for the remainder of that game.
Oh.
In the air, and that has been pulled beautifully forward of square by Ntando Zuma. That's an excellent shot from him, and he gets his first boundary. A little bit short from Dudgeon.
Where did that come from?
Quickly. It came from out of absolutely nowhere. Let's just look at it again. It really was quickly into position.
That ball wasn't really that short from Dudgeon, just back of a length, but it just sat up there for Zuma, pivoted quickly.
Oh, his hand speed was excellent through the ball there. Really good. Wrist work as well was excellent. The youngster doing well here, the 21-year-old.
Timing on that shot was just brilliant.
And they were not going to go through for the single to Leon Buerta. It was lovely, wasn't it? Lovely timing, crisp off the bat, sounded lovely. It's always nice here at Boland Park when you're commentating, because you can just open the window a little bit, you get the sound from the ground, you can hear when that ball is hit crisply.
Especially when it's in the meat of the bat and you see us.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? What a glorious sound. So, folks, if you do want sound effects, please speak to Brendan. Neatly played down to Adams at wideish third. They don't take the second. So 5 off the over. He'll keep the strike. Well, and Tando Zuma, it's 27 for the loss of 1. So just, I mean, what's your repertoire, Brendan? I mean, that was excellent. I'm just hoping you can maybe do a couple of other good sound effects for us. Yeah.
Listen, the one thing is I'm not like, I can't remember the actor's name now, from Police Academy.
Oh, probably Steve Guttenberg.
No,
the other guy. Yeah. Yes, he was so good. Yes, he was. Yes, he was excellent.
Yeah.
I know the guy you're
Nothing
talking
like
about.
him.
No, he was very good. But yeah, I mean, it reminds me of not that would be like the Goon Show that really was I think one of the I'm trying to think of the word, trailblazers, or that's really well played by Zuma. Was the trailblazing comedy, radio comedy show in the UK, and then they used to have their sound effects with the BBC sound effects, and they'd say, no, and it'll be a 50-pence piece, and then you'd hear the sound of a 50-pence piece being dropped into a coin, dropped into a coin being dropped into a mug, into a metal mug, So that would be, but those days of radio, all those sound effects were very, very important. Yeah, Pip Friedman show. Yeah.
My oldest now, if she was listening, she would she'd probably get highly embarrassed. But she was standing in the kitchen, and she was on a WhatsApp video call with her boyfriend.
Right.
And he didn't know I was standing there. I was standing just outside the kitchen door, so I made a flatulent sound. So we'll come back to that.
Off the pad, it's quick work by Van Briesies. They threw for the leg by, signalled by Evangelos Sadumo. Yeah.
So I made this flatulent sound and almost made it sound like it was, you'd had curry the night before kind of thing. And all I could hear him say on the call was, "Wowzers, baby, are you okay?" And she couldn't keep a straight face, and she was laughing so much. This went on for about 45 seconds to a minute.
Shame.
And she was laughing so much. Anyway, eventually I popped my head into the call, and he was like, "Oh, Uncle Brendan, I thought Sarah was ill."
Well, hopefully you didn't get the rolling eyes from Sarah there.
No, she was
in on the. She was in on it.
Oh, she was. Yeah, she couldn't keep a straight face. Her face, she was red, tears in the eyes.
Yeah. Again, in nicely behind that one. Yeah. It's Mokhakani.
Well, and there's one ball left in this over, so I'm going to say adios for now. So Jeremy Fredericks is going to join you in one delivery time.
Thank you very much, Brendan. It's been an interesting start to this chase for the Tuskers, batting at around 4 and over. Into the end of the 7th over now. That's played down the ground. Just be the single. And 29 for the loss of 1 after 7. Just a shade over 4 to the over as Jeremy comes in to join me and give us an update on what's happening in Kolkata. As South Africans hope that the New Zealand, the Black Caps, will be digging themselves into a black hole in Kolkata.
Yeah, thank you, James. Yeah, there's lots of work to do for South Africa. So, well, they got it to a good start, second ball 4. But yeah, Boland's got work to do. Zuma's looked polished. Mokokane has looked good as well, and Dile. And they certainly want to put 225 for victory. Boland, we're into the 8th now.
Mokokane looked like he's in a hurry here so far. There's 2 boundaries and then the 6, so 2 off Stearman and then a 6 off Dudgeon, which was really beautifully picked up over the leg side. Important for them to build a partnership here.
Yeah, be interesting to see also once these quick bowlers are out of the attack, James, when the spinners come on. So yeah, there'll be work to do, and we'll see how the Boland spinners go, because the spinners from Tuskers were good, both Norfolk and Whitehead, and Sean Gilson also supported well. So yeah, we'll see how it goes in the spin department.
As we have the S&C coach for Boland, Jude Solomon's walking down in front of us here.
Is that his wicket walk?
Well, we hope so. Anti-clockwise, that's normally the wicket walk. He should be doing that in Kolkata as well. So it's really well played, well fielded. That is excellent work from Aviva Mgajima, throwing his body down on the edge of the ring, on the edge of the square, sorry.
Well, it's going to be much needed to throw your body all the time. Interesting, I love the shirts that Boland has. I mean, on the shirts, they've got typed all the ex-players and those that have played here before. Some of them, I think it's a very nice gesture that they got players like Ontong and I think telemarkers and their names on the people that have made Boland, Louis Kuhn and all that. I think the team that won that Standard Bank Cup in '99 here at Boland Park. I was commentating on that game too.
All right.
Yeah, which what a night it was for the first trophy for Boland to win. And I remember Andre Brains still being the CEO here. And well, we had celebrations with him right into the night here at Boland Park when they won that Standard Bank Cup. Steve Palfreman, yeah, definitely. He's now the chairman of Western Province Cricket Club. Very nice man, Steve Palfreman. This could be hot. Ah, no, he's not going to get there. Well, it was just a little teaser for the keeper.
Yeah, I wonder whether that actually wasn't Mgajima's catch. He didn't have as far to go, and he left it for Reeves Fortuin. I think some misjudgment there from the fielders. Yeah, probably, I don't know. It was really a good effort from Reeves Fortuin. Probably should have been the second wicket.
Not to be, though. And Zuma lives on to see another day.
That is a really lovely gesture, though, to put those names on their shirt. It's excellent. Really is good.
Well, that's the final. It will be venue Kingsmead, Pro 20 and Pro 50 cricket. Finalists for the Pro 20, which is the Lions versus Western Province, that's been decided. It will be at Hollywood Bets. So come in purple and to come and see the Pro 20. So they're 2 days apart, one on the 13th And then the Pro 50 final will take place on the 15th. The venue, as we said, Kingsmead, it will be indeed. Lovely. That is the home of Hollywood Bets. They're the kind sponsors of this tournament for ladies cricket, Pro 20 and Pro 50.
An exciting weekend awaits in the Pro 50, as there are teams vying for that second place and place in the final. So it really is, as I say, very exciting. It's coming up.
Been exciting cricket every weekend at Newlands. I really enjoyed coming to do the Badgers game against Western Province, although being one-sided, but really been entertaining and lovely to see that women's cricket is growing so fantastically in South Africa. Well, we should actually get television, Afrikaans commentary.
Oh, there we go. Second wicket down, and it is once again the finger of Abongilo Sidumo that goes up as Mokokani plays all around that one, straight from Stearman, and he's gone for 20.
Well, that's a big wicket. He looked good, Mokokani, and the second wicket down now. We probably just have a look at this replay again. Where did this hit? Clinton Stearman is normally bang, barrel straight. Yeah, he moved, got in line, and that was going to hit middle and leg. And Mokokani gone.
Oh, there's a huge breakthrough for the men from Goldrush Boland, and now Kagiso Jonty Rapolana comes to the crease at number 4. Another right-handed batter, short of stature, and he's another very workmanlike player for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. Just looking at his numbers here, 82 matches, just over 2,000 runs, with a best of 151 for Northwest against Border in the 18-19 season. Averages just over 29, 300s and 9 50s for him. So a big role for him to play here.
Yeah, he's a short fella, Kagiso Rapolana. Saw him play there for Northwest as well, I think. Yeah, and short in stature. As they say nicely in Afrikaans, he's level with the gravel. Short batsmen normally like to drive, and they like to cut. They're very nuggety. As we've seen, Caden Solomons from Stellenbosch University, also short in stature and a very nuggety player. So Rapolani, he'll be wanting to show his mettle here.
Oh. He's in behind that one very well. His first delivery. And he was... he represented Gauteng under 19 in 2008. Jeremy, a team he played in there. Some names that you'll remember and we will all know: Temba Bavuma, Devon Conway, Quinton de Kock, and Tabraiz Shamsi, all in that team with him. Oh, he got it. Well, what a delivery that is! And he's just late on the shot. He cannot get the bat down, and Rapolana's stay at the crease is a short one. Just the 2 deliveries for him. Glenta Stearman is on fire here. The captain is steady for 3.
Yeah, they're in all sorts of trouble now. How are they going to come back from here, James? That remains to be seen. You're just talking, and you talk about those players, and you talk Quinn de Kock. I know the Coke Week, and I was there when these kids all were playing there. And the SA Schools team was selected, of which Quinn de Kock. I remember watching him making 150 on the last day of Coke Week.
Well, he was indeed, was prolific, was Quinton de Kock, as you say, as a youngster. And in that, was in the SA Schools team, SA under 19 at that time as well. Here it is Clinton Stearman. What a job he's doing, the captain.
Yeah, and Sean Gilson, he now gets in with work to do. 3 down.
So 30 it is for 3, and 2 partnerships that have not scored any runs for them. The first wicket and now the third wicket. And Stearman bowling now to the left-handed Gilson. May not be too long now with the left-hander in before we see Imran Manak coming into the attack.
Yeah, with 3 wickets down, James, in the power play.
Yeah.
This is exactly where Boland want to be. This is how they want to see things unfold and be in a commanding position. So now, when the field is spread, your spinners are on. You can bowl at will. And you know that they've got to do the chasing now. It's not up to us. We've done the hard work in the power play by getting those 3 wickets.
Yeah. It's excellent from South Africa. South Africa, listen to me. Excellent from Goldrush Boland so far. Is he watching the game here? Listen to me as well. It hasn't been excellent from South Africa so far. A couple of drop catches. And New Zealand are at this stage taking the game away from South Africa in Calcutta. Apologies for that.
Bound to make mistakes, the Silver Fox.
Yeah. And
We all do, don't worry.
Trying to keep your eye on 2 things at the same time. But double wicket maiden for Glenton Stearman.
What an over that was, eh? Eventful indeed.
Incredible stuff from the captain. 1 LBW and 1 beautiful delivery hitting the top of off. Henry Williams will be very happy with that. He always talks about hitting the top of off here at Boland Park. Very, very important.
Yeah, how many times have coaches not said to try and hit the top of off? And if you're going there and you're staying at that length, you're bound to get wickets. And how true isn't that?
Now, a very big job for young Thanda Zuma to do. Jeremy's looked reasonably comfortable. Just the 7 though of 21. He's been slow.
Well, just as you say that,
Yeah.
he delights you by clipping that away for 4 on the leg side.
Yeah. In the air for a little while, but it was really gloriously played. Lovely timing as Dudgeon strays onto the pads. Bit of a break in play here, not quite sure why. Just
Ray Rasmus. Yeah, what a career.
Yeah.
What a statement he's made. Wow, special guy.
Yeah.
He is indeed Murray Rasmus. And the message in his farewell, when he did his last 4-day game, the nicest message that he gave to the officials, because we normally have a group and guys were saying well done on a fantastic career. He made one statement there that impressed me immensely. He says, guys, you can feel proud of yourselves, to the South African umpires and all these guys standing in domestic league, and he says, we do not have to stand back for the world because there are some fine umpires coming through. And that was such a nice statement to make. I'm sure the youngsters that are standing, and we do have, I mean, I'm also match referee. I see some fine umpire. You know, now that you look at it from a different eye, James, I've seen some 1 or 2, especially games that I've been involved in, and doing it. Some very fine umpires that have total control of the game, that know, and that will go places, I'm telling you. And that is good to see that not only on the playing field, but also from the admin field and from the umpiring side, there are some fine guys out there. Really good. And nice words from Maria Erasmus to have said.
Well, we do have a number of umpires now on that international panel, don't we? Aladdin Palika, I think he's at the World Cup as well as Adrian Holdstock as well there. So, and certainly in the women's game, we're also seeing some excellent umpires. Lauren Achenbach, who's really made a name for herself there, and she's an outstanding umpire. Karen Kloster, Stacey Lackey, good future ahead of them. Oh,
Shots of catch it, but that's fine enough. We'll run away for 4. Makajima, or is it Clinton Stearman, be it at fine leg, wasn't going to get there.
no, it was almost just, in fact, it signalled leg buys, so maybe off the thigh pad. It seemed like it just bounced up quite a lot. Maybe it looks like they're having a concussion check. Yeah. So 4 leg buys there off the South Africa under the pump. It looks like in Calcutta at the moment, but anything can happen in these games. But New Zealand off to a very good start, Jeremy. There.
Yeah, they're flying. 41 without loss after 3.3. Well, there'll be concussion check. Normally the physio would come on, or the doctor check. How you doing? Yes, fine. He's all at home. All well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see nicely? Do a little bit of a Brendan.
Yeah.
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 All good. How's your girlfriend?
Yeah.
When last have you seen her? No, I can't. Been struck by a cricket ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How many fingers? How many fingers am I holding in front of you?
Yeah. Well, a couple.
Yeah.
You have 7 fingers on your hand.
Exactly.
The checking being done. We all know what happened to Phil Hughes
Yeah.
a couple of years ago. That was a sad state of affairs. Being killed on a cricket field and being hit behind the head with a cricket. So it's important. The umpires will not play, will not continue if you get hit. It doesn't matter how likely it is. That's a brilliant delivery from Dodgen. He had him all hands down in Lansdowne.
Yeah. It was glorious, wasn't it? It was squared him up and was absolutely nowhere with that. Sean Gilson. I think this may be the last ball of Dudgeon's spell here.
And he's been good. He's 5 overs, gone for 18. He's been wicketless, but he certainly has beaten the bat. But the one thing that he does well with Clinton Stearman, they hunt in pairs. And, when you put on pressure on the one end, the other guy's taking. So the power play is gone, the first power play. And 39 for 3, and immediately Imran Manak into the attack. This I'm looking forward to see.
Yeah, not surprised that Imi Manak is going to come into the attack. Now, the left-handed Gilson and Zuma at strike the right-hander. So Imran Manak, fresh off a good performance up at Centurion, both with bats and with the ball in hand as well. He'll be looking to make another breakthrough here. Just 39 for 3. Boland at the same stage, 55 without loss. So the Pacers for Boland have done a very good job up front. Ripped the heart out of the top order of the Tuskers.
Yeah, they did indeed, James. So it's a tall order from here to get. And to get these runs, because Boland's not going to relinquish thanks to that 76. It was a brilliant knock. Thus far, if we look at all things, I don't know how you feel, but he does seem to be my man of the match at the moment. That was if we look at the context of the game and where we are currently, things can still happen later on, but as is now, he'll be my man of the match without a shadow of doubt for Risco Adams.
It's going to take something very special from one of these Tuskers batters, you feel, here to do better than that.
The other thing is he still has to come and bowl, and you know what normally happens when when you've made runs, you normally get a wicket or two.
That's right. Yeah,
and then that calls it, that's my night. Down the ground, use of the feet, good use of the feet. Won't go to the boundary. From Brishes, he's like a rocket. Pocket power.
Yeah.
Down on the boundary. It was a horse called Pocket Power. Won the Met in the July, didn't it? Pocket Power.
But, I'm not sure, but sounds like it's possible that horses have some interesting names, don't they?
Yeah. I like the one, Comedy Ding. Remember that horse?
What's that? Politician, wasn't it? The one
Yeah,
that
won 3 times,
that
Politician,
won the July. Yeah, with some excellent horses.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah.
Well, it's carnage happening at Eden Gardens, I must admit. Rabada being taken to task.
Oh. And
58 without loss, 4.4 overs.
South Africa under par in their batting performance. But here is Boland on top, you have to say, in this match. Still another 84 needed of 40 overs, so 4.5 an over or more.
Well, James, we were also saddened earlier today by the death of Teralakota. Stalwart, who passed away this morning at the age of 77. And he had cancer. I was privileged to know him when I worked in the Free State. He was Premier of the Free State at the time. And then left the ANC to go to Cope. And he was the leader there as well. Spent also a number of years on Robben Island with Nelson Mandela.
Defence Minister as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was Defence Minister as well, and a man that was very honest.
Yeah.
One of the few honest people you'd find around, and principled. Teralakota, Masio Lakota. Rest in peace, dear sir. Hambagashle Teralakota. Rest in peace.
Our first look at Yves Kamanzi. Jeremy, left arm orthodox.
Hambagashle Kakushle.
Yeah.
Yves Kamanzi. He's into the attack.
He's played a couple of games for Western Province, and certainly he wasn't necessarily in the frame here. First time that he's playing for Boland, maybe just on loan from Western Province. Hasn't featured in Western Province's plans this season. They've preferred the left arm spin of Sake Taka, who's played in a couple of games for them.
James, I don't know. I think it's gone quiet in our commentary box too. But we've got our monitors and everything in the commentary box and watching the cricket here, and then one eye in Eden Gardens, and it's a sorry sight for South Africa at the moment.
Yeah, New Zealand cruising at the moment to what looks like Should be an easy victory there. Good running from Zuma and Gilson. He caught early, and Kamanzi just the two of his opening over. He'll be happy with that, the young man, 26-year-old.
I tell you what, it's bleeding runs. The moment then Calcutta. Yeah, 12 gone here, 43 for 3.
Oh, he's back, and you've got to be careful going back on this wicket. Zuma. Very close to the man at short in at mid-wicket, in the air for a while, but Mkajima, it's probably a metre or so to his left-hand side there. Van Briesjes does the cleaning up behind from long on, but this is a good passage of play once again for Boland.
Now, they've been excellent, James. No doubt about that. My monitor's also crashed. Seemed like it. Monitor can't. I think it's had a heart attack.
Yeah, I think it's got an overload with the number of runs New Zealand have scored in the power play. So, he let that one go outside the off stump. Gilson, oohs and ahs from the Boland fielders.
Is that also crashed? It's a neck thing.
Oh dear. Well, having the comparisons here between two types of technology and which one is doing better than the other, as the Tuskers move to 45 for 3 after 13 overs. Going at 3.5 to the over. Required rate just a tick under 5. The important thing though for the Tuskers is they've got to just keep batting. These two, they've got to make sure they just keep the scoreboard ticking along. Partnership now worth 15 between Rapalana and Gilson. That's been in 4 overs and 2 balls. Kamanzi continues. Oh, doesn't get all of that with the reverse sweep. Dudgeon cleans up. Just trying there to bring the reverse out to Kamanzi. Only the one fielder behind square on the offside to the left-hander. This is the contest that should be interesting. Kamanzi to Zuma. He also brings out the reverse sweep straight to the man who's in there at backward point. That looks like that is Nathan Jacobs on the field. Number 15 on his back. You can try and have a look and see if that's the case. Yeah, Nathan Jacobs on the field. Not sure who he's on the field for. We'll try and find that out. So just a single so far of the Kamanzi over. He got him. He's got him. And that is the patience runs out for Ntando Zuma. He dances down the wicket, tries to hit Kamanzi over his head, and misses, and Clyde Rees-Fontaine says, thank you very much, we'll have the 4th wicket. And it's 46 for the loss of 4. It's all going horribly wrong here for the Tuskers.
Yeah, indeed, it's going horribly wrong. And Yves Kamanzi is into business.
Oh, really happy they are. And Kamanzi very happy to get his first wicket for Boland. He just ran straight past it here, Jeremy. He comes down the wicket. Oh, and he yorked himself.
Yeah.
Well, good work by Clyde Rees-Fontaine behind the stumps. It's what you'd expect from a man who has played Test cricket for South Africa. 16 off 40 balls for Zuma with 2 boundaries. Both picked up nicely through the leg side. And now it's another left-hander coming to the crease. Michael Erlang, who's in now. 103 innings for him. 35 years of age. 26.5 on average. Just 8 runs short of 2,500. Of, I say that 2,500 for him. He'll be looking to get that. .46 for the loss of 4. Just a partnership of 16 between Zuma and Gilson. So down to the experienced Erlang and now Gilson to try and build a partnership here. 1550s 1 century for the left-hander as he takes guard. Important job for him to do. He captains the Tuskers in the 4-day competition, not the captain in this format. That is the experienced Wayne Parnell. He's still to come in, probably going to be coming in next for the Tuskers. So spin at both ends. Just has pegged them back from a run rate point of view even further than they were. Excellent over from Kamanzi. Just the 1 run and the wicket of Ntando Zuma. It's 46 for the loss of 4.
Beg your pardon, we've just been sorting out some technical issues here. James King holding the fort.
Oh, Jeremy, that was a huge blow for the Tuskers. I mean, chasing 224 for 9. I mean, it's not a, you wouldn't say it's a big total, but they're really in all sorts of bother.
Yeah, definitely they are.
And now Imran Manak has exactly what he would be looking for. He's got 2 left-handers at the crease.
Yeah, these spinners, they are gleefully watching things and knowing that
I mean, he's just going to come in, just put it on a ticky there, isn't he, Imran Manak? You've got to come and fetch him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what happened with Zuma. He tried to come and fetch Yves Kamanzi, and he just was not able to get bat on ball.
Yeah, he's a wily character, isn't he, James? He will look at things and say, all right, this is the situation. We've got you on the back foot. We're not going to make sure that you just have things your way. And you so rightly said, you want to get on with the game, you come and fetch me. I'm just going to place it on a ticky. And I know that if you're going to walk past one, you're going to get stumped. If you're going to try and sweep me, I can bowl you.
Yeah.
Or get you LBW.
And those of you that are listening who don't know what a ticky is, it used to be old sixpence.
Little sixpence, yeah.
And when they're under pressure, you get situations like that where that was a run.
Yeah.
Any day of the week, that's a run. But such is the mindset that they can't lose any more wickets, they're not taking the run. Excellent from Manak, just the 2 off that over. 48 for 4 now after 15, and they've almost become scoreless over the last number of overs. So after 15 now, it's going to be myself that moves out, and Brendan will be joining Jeremy.
Thanks, James. Thank you, James. Brendan comes in, joins me.
It's all happening.
Have you had some whiskey?
What do,
You definitely look as if you've been chased by a...
Yeah, it was running down to the bathroom to go and vomit after watching the Proteas.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, Jeremy, I'm actually I'm quite pleased with what I'm seeing from Kamanzi.
Yeah, I know. He's been doing well. Nice to see him in action. Yeah, the spinner from Durban. Plays at Western Province. His line of length has been good.
And that's the 50 up for the Tuskers. It's taken 15.3 overs to bring up their 50.
Sorry, it hasn't been easy going for the Tuskers at all.
No, it's been an excellent bowling display from the home side. Another dot ball there, but I think one of the questions is going to be for the Tuskers, who's going to be there for Risco Adams, because they certainly need someone to stand up.
Yeah, absolutely, I think they need 2 for Risco Adams. Oh, what a knock that was! He was certainly so good. There he is in picture. The Iceman from Robinson.
Beautiful part of the Western Cape as well.
Yeah, lovely, picturesque. Yeah, it's a most gorgeous drive when you been to Oudtshoorn and down to the Badgers to do a game or 2 this season. You drive through Robinson and all those areas, Barrydale, and it's just beautiful.
Yeah, I'll be off to Barrydale at start of April. My friend's wife is marrying a guy, and she's marrying a guy, an Englishman, and it's her 3rd wedding. But they're coming out from the UK and they're getting married in the wilderness.
Okay,
Also another beautiful part. So we're spending the night in Barrydale, breaking the trip up, and then heading through to the wilderness for 5 nights of relaxation. So watch Mannequin.
To Elizabeth Taylor's wedding.
Yeah. So I said to my wife when she said we're going, and I was looking, and I said, "Come, let's make a little road trip." So we break it up. I'm spending a night in the Karoo Inn in Barrydale.
You know what I'm wanting to do this winter, Brandon? You talk about Barrydale. I'm sure there's some lovely cabins around out Ceres Way and all that. So to actually get a cabin and have there must just be, take your groceries and my whiskey.
Yep.
And make sure that they have enough logs there to just light the fire and just watch maybe rain fall, but a cold day, just be indoors all day. Read a book, watch a movie.
So, funny enough, just after, there's another single off Manak there, just after COVID, when we were allowed to now start venturing out, after being hobbits for how long, we actually started doing what we called a winter getaway. So, obviously, we would do camping.
We would get up as much as what he wanted to.
No. we do our camping at the end of the year, and then kind of around December, January, and then again like March or so. But then we'd always get away for just before winter, so kind of late autumn, early winter. And I would always find a place, a cabin that had a fireplace inside. It had to have a fireplace inside. So we can sit, have a whiskey or a nice glass of red wine, have a braai if we can. Otherwise, go for dinner somewhere, come back, light a fire. And that's a single to end the over. And 4 runs coming off that over. It's 54 for 4. But yeah, that's what we do. And we're going to, Jeremy and I are going to chat a little bit more about log cabins and fires because the players are going to take a drink. The Proteas have finally got a wicket. Yay! Let's celebrate. 117 for 1 after 9.1 overs. There's some Seifert that's out.
Yeah, well, is it a little bit too late now? I mean, I don't know. Well, something will have to happen. You need a cluster of wickets there. But we're going to have a break. We'll be back shortly.
I'm bored.
I totally don't mind going to the harbor with you, but you cannot use me as your crutch. You're so can't use your sister too. This is more in your head. So can't
Fanas, girls, love, let's take a break. We are going to a one-day cup.
Take a break with us. Step away from the busy, the boredom, and that same old routine. Get your ticket to the One-Day Cup and step into real energy, real people, and real cricket.
And there it is for the Dolphins.
What a lovely day, babe.
Well played, 10%. Well played.
Well, come back after the drinks. Well, look at that picture. I mean, we can never get enough of that sight. It is just absolutely gorgeous, beautiful, exquisite, riveting.
I'll tell you something, Jeremy. We are really in for an interesting game here. Tuskers 54 for 4, finding life difficult.
Yeah, and these Boland haven't taken their foot off the pedal. They've given them a chance when Frisco got those fronts. I think that just gave Boland that edge and that say, look, hang on, because heads were hanging when they were 5 down for 100. That one's into the gap. They'll come back for a second. It won't reach the boundary. So Gilson and Erlink has got work to do here, and lots too.
But I think that is how important. You spoke about it, you said to James, that Frisco Adams' knock is a man of the match knock for you. Because of the position that Boland were in at the time, and it lifted them going into, into the change of innings, having scored 224. And you can see that's come now into their bowling and their fielding. And then, of course, Stearman with those 3 wickets up front put Tuskers on the back foot. And the Tuskers have really found life difficult. I mean, in the last 7 overs, scored 15 runs, lost 1 wicket, and really has been slow going for the visitors.
Yeah, it has been slow going. End of another good over. Bakajima this time into the attack. 57 for 4 after 18.
Yeah. Gajima didn't do much with the bat, but he's going to have to play a key role with the ball for Glenton Steedman, alongside Kamanzi and Manak. As that's what the 3 spinners from the Tuskers did so well.
Gave it a bit of width, and he cut that away only for the single.
I'll be surprised if he didn't leave that. It would have been signalled wide. He really had to reach that to get some willow on it. And that was the one that seemed to come back into the batsman there. Didn't turn away from him. Gilson now 7 of 22. Even if we look at the required rate currently at 5.3, they're 4 wickets down. If they can keep scoring at 4-5 and over, and bat deep.
Well, I hear your point, and the point you're making is that the run rate isn't the problem. The problem that they have is losing that 4 wickets.
Yep.
That's the issue here, and you've lost too much. So you can't afford to lose another wicket, because then you're in all sorts of trouble. But to get 5 and over from here on in field spread, it's not a difficult task.
No.
But it's all about partnerships.
Yep.
And that's the important one. You need a 50 partnership here. You need at least 3 partnerships to get you over the line.
Well, I mean, Adams showed that with Dudgeon at the back of the innings from Boland. They had that 50-run partnership of 36 balls. Dudgeon only had scored 10 of that partnership. But the thing that he did well is he fed Adams a strike consistently. So we've got 2 relatively fresh, well, when I say relatively fresh batsmen, they've faced 40-odd deliveries between them. It's been now 5 overs since they lost their 4th wicket. Single into the offside. Life has been extremely tough. That since those 4-leg buys in the 10th over, it's been singles and the odd 2 here and there.
Erlang comes from Kimberley originally. His father, Godfrey, played provincial cricket for Crickpers. Very good cricket. Yeah. And a very good cricketer. Lovely family. The Erlang family. Wonderful people. His mother is also a lovely lady, Shida. So there's cricket in the blood there in that family. And Michael Erlang, not a bad player himself. It's been good for the Tuskers.
It's another good over from Aviwam Kajima. It's just 2 off that one, and it's 62 for 4 after 20 overs. Comparatively speaking, Boland were 91 for 4 at the same stage. So 30 runs behind, same amount of wickets.
Manak's still going. He's into his 6. 0 for 13. But he's done a job, yeah. Fantastic job he's done.
Yeah, he has. If we just look at the two sides, the difference between the two sides at the moment was Glenton Steedman's effect in the power play. Those 3 wickets that he nabbed. Whereas between Darren de Pavilon and Huddersfield, they weren't able to pick up a wicket in the first 10 overs. And that's what really put them on the back foot. Slight misfield there in trying to stop the ball, but they get a single. Jeremy, you were saying Manak has done an excellent job if you consider that he's gone for under 3 and over in a run chase that started at 4.5.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's just pulled it back miles and miles, and even Eves was good. Always knew that spin would have a role to play here, and that it would be difficult to, unless you bowl bad deliveries. But if you get it in the right spots here at Boland Park, you're going to get assistance as a spinner. It will turn, it will bounce. Some will just go on with the arm.
Yeah, it was a quicker ball from Manak there. Lucky to get away with that. Erlang just stepping back and trying to slap that ball, but straight to Glenton Steedman at mid-on. Yeah, it's looking like a real doddle in Kolkata for New Zealand. Thought it would have been finished by now. Why are they batting so slowly?
Yeah.
What a beautiful evening in Paarl.
One just seemed to just bite from a length.
Yeah, that surprised Michael Erlang a bit. It's 4 from that over, 66 for 4. Manak has now gone for 17 in 6. Still under 3 to the over. Viwe Jima's well, just the 2 overs for 5. Proteas being roasted in India at the moment. It's like they've fallen into a pot of lamb vindaloo.
Yep.
Spicy one as well.
A very spicy one. I won't tell you how I order it when I go to my favorite Indian restaurant. My wife will get highly embarrassed. That's cut away past the short third man for 4. Easy peasy Japanesey.
Well, it's the first boundary since the 10th over. So that just shows you how good Boland were in the execution of their bowling department. Now, that's just a bit of width off it. Gave himself room to the batsman and just cut it square on the offside.
And that's hoiked over towards mid-wicket. And as they've gone all the way, Maria Rasmus is having a look, but no, it says 1 bounce 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Erlang, back-to-back boundaries for the Tuskers. And the score has now gone to 74 for 4. And just looking at the score in India, and Markram is disillusioned.
Well, they are being hammered. South Africa. They just weren't good today.
Jeremy, I think you're being too kind by saying they're being hammered. That's a nice word. Oh. And end of a good over for the Tuskers. 8 runs coming from it. And it's 74 for 4.
Sorry, James.
Well, that period went so quickly. Yeah. The one thing I can say is that when Jeremy and I were commentating, no wickets have fallen.
Yeah, well, I'm about to put that right here.
Yeah, well, James comes back. So any time the wickets fall is when James has got the mic in his hand.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much,
Mr. King.
Brendan. And I've left Jeremy there to administer the last rites to the men in gold and green.
Yeah, I gave up watching a long time ago. So we've got a change in bowling as Imran Manak gives way at the Nederburg end. And in comes Frisco Adams.
Frisco Adams. And he'd probably pick up a wicket with his first ball. He batted so well. No,
you put the mockers on him now.
Goes down to Kamanzi in the deep. They're not going to come back for a second. So it is 75 for 4 here. And I feel this partnership and the one that follows it with Parnell probably due to come in at 7. This is where they're going to have to make, well, it sounds a bit obvious, doesn't it? But this is where they're going to have to make the runs. These two very important to build on this partnership. They've done the hard work, they've got in. It certainly hasn't been quick, but it's been an important partnership already for the Tuskers.
must say,
It's excellent fielding at backward point. Looks like Gajima in there. That was hit very well by Erlang, but he can't get it past diving Avi.
yeah, but it comes down to, if you have a look at it, I mean, it started with Steedman and Dudgeon. It then came with Munich and Kamanzi, and then Aviwe Kajima, and now Fariska Adams. Every bowler has followed up with discipline and excellent bowling.
Yeah, once again, can't get it through the field. What they've done well is that they've squeezed and they've got men in, and they've kept the men in close. That in the circle, the 5 men in the ring, you have to have 5 men in the ring. In the power play, the second power play between overs 11 and 40. But they have squeezed really well, Boland, and stopped a lot of singles by being in close.
The ball was a bit too short there from Fariska Adams, and into the hips. Turned away for an easy single.
I was thinking earlier on. I mean, this is a terribly random thought, but you remember the group, the band Air Supply.
Yes.
Right, and they had a song called I think it was called Even the Nights Are Better. Now that we're here together was the lyrics. And I was thinking that when you were talking about the team that was going to come up from the Division 2. That's all. Just
kept a bit low there,
it did
James.
keep a bit low, and that was it was a Gazunda ball, that one, and it almost goes under the bat, but it doesn't. So he's all right there.
Are we going down that road?
It's that
now?
time of the night.
Oh, okay.
No, we're getting the shadows are lengthening here at par, but it's been very good from the home team so far. They struggled with the bat. 127 for 6 they were after 30 overs, but it is the Tuskers now that are also really struggling here. 77 for 4, they were 46 for 4. Good partnership. This has been a bit slow, but they're building it now, aren't they?
Well, if we have a look at the comparative score, is what we're just watching Gajima here. It was a quicker ball from the spinner, but if we look after 23 overs. Boland were 99 for 4.
That's right.
And the Tuskers are 77 for 4. So runs are closing in. Single down to long off.
Yeah,
but it comes. Sorry, James. But it comes down to not losing wickets. It's about rotating the strike. You don't need to go hell's bells all the time. And we've spoken about this ad nauseum.
Yeah, I think you must be. You're watching, getting tired of us talking about this, but it is so important. You just got to keep that scoreboard ticking along.
Yep.
Captain Stearman Fields at mid-on, so they're doing well now as they are taking the single. It's punctuated with a couple of boundaries by Erlang off the previous Mgajima over. There's no run there. At some stage, 5.5 to the over. If you keep wickets in hand, I say wickets in hand, but they're going to have to bat this through until they're on about 150 maybe with 10 overs to go.
Well, I mean, if you have a look at the way Adams crafted his innings, he didn't take risks.
No.
And it was only at the back end of the innings during their partnership with Dudgeon with the last 3-4 overs that they really opened up. I mean, they took 41 off the last 3 overs.
Yeah, it was outstanding. And they're able to do that because he built the innings and he got the pace of the wicket. And we often talk about that here at Boland Park as that over comes to an end. 81 for 4 after 24 overs. That's it, the most, it's something you have to do. You have to get in. It's difficult for the new batter coming in because they've then got to get the pace of the wicket and understand how it plays. But if you're in, you've got to stay in. You've got to make sure that you make it count. And that's why I think it was, if we can use the word disappointing, that some of the Boland batters. If you look at both Rulofson and you look at Clyde Reeves-Fontaine at the top of the order, even Gavin Kaplan to some extent. He'd got in, he'd done the hard yards, he'd faced 30-yard deliveries for his 16. That's when you feel, okay, you've now got to push on. Yeah. Clyde Reeves-Fontaine 40, maybe that should have been 60, 70, even 100 if he was up at the top of the order. He'd done the hard work.
Yeah, but and this is where I turn around and with Boland need. I'm going to steal a reference here, but a steely-eyed missile man.
Yeah.
At the top of the order, because between those three that you mentioned now, they all gave their wickets away by playing silly shots.
That's a good delivery into the line of the stumps, well fielded by Dudgeon on the edge of the square. It prevents the single.
I can't believe, sorry to interrupt you, I can't believe that New Zealand got the winning runs in just under 13 overs.
Yeah, it was a slaughter in Kolkata. South Africa put into bat and they were found wanting. It was well played there, just riding the bounce from Gilson. Now, very important. I mean, they need close to 6 and over, 5.5 or so, and over now to win this game. 142 that they need off 25 overs. So close enough that they are now getting close to 6. Now they can just need to keep knocking around for the next 10 overs.
Yeah, but it's the required rate of 5.6 is not a train smash, James.
No.
It's not a train smash.
Well, as you say, I mean, Boland were able to score 41 in the last, was it 3 overs?
Last 3 overs, yeah.
Yeah, they went from 183 for 7 to 224 for 9 in those last 3 overs. So it is possible. They made use of the pace that was on offer. Boland are also going to have to bowl their pace bowlers at the end.
Well, that's going to be one of the interesting points, and that is poor running. That is poor running from the Tuskers, and that is also the difference when you had a look at the way Boland were batting. They always pushed that first run hard, and there were a lot of singles that they turned into twos. That was just absolutely lazy running. That was like taking the antelope down to the waterhole to drink.
Yeah, it was certainly was poor from their point of view. They were just trotting down for the first and didn't even think about putting the batter or the fielder under pressure. Well, I'll get there in the end. The fielder under pressure and 4 off the over. But really, that 4 off the over just coming at absolutely no risk, given the singles with the man dropping a little bit deeper at mid-wicket onto the edge of the circle. So 85 now for 4. So they need exactly 140 to win of 25 overs. So that's 5.6 to the over by my calculation. And they'll feel if they can keep wickets in hand, they can get to 150. Let's say if they keep going at 4 and over now for the next 15 overs, that'll get them to 140 odd. That maybe gives them too much to score in the last 10, but 80 off the last 10 is doable if you're still 4 down. Yeah.
If you've got 2 set batsmen.
Yeah.
Kajima continues from the Drakenstein end.
That's in the air, but it's going to be safe, and it will be 1 bounce, 4 backward of square. Picked that up very nicely, did Gilson. And it just looks like he's got a touch of cramp there, maybe, from Gilson. Just in his toe, perhaps. Just stretching. And that is an excellent shot.
That was a really good shot. He got down well, just swept through the ball. It was smooth. He didn't try and overhit it. He knew there was no one behind square on the leg side there. So it was a relatively safe shot as long as he got enough elevation.
Now when wonder how long they're going to continue after this over with Mgijima. We had
Now, this could be a problem now because Mgijima's now 4.1 overs. He's conceded 21 with that boundary.
6 overs so far for Manak, just 3 for Kamanzi. But I understand why they haven't continued with Kamanzi, with the 2 left-handers at the crease. Another left-hander to come in after this. I think, I don't know if that was a bump ball or it's going to be down to the boundary for 4. That's excellent from Gilson once again. So Mgijima conceding 2 boundaries for the second time in his spell. And that one was by no means that wide, but it's just the length that he was able to drive very nicely through the offside.
Yeah, the problem for Steedman is if this is Mgijima now, if he starts travelling badly.
Oh, they're going to go for the single. It's an easy one in the end. It's good running.
So when if Mgijima starts leaking runs, and if Steedman himself and Dudgeon come back in, and they start conceding runs the way Viljoen and Pavillon did at the back end of the Boland innings, suddenly starts making the chase all the more interesting.
Well, they are doing well here. 48 the partnership so far. And the wicket now will be quite timely for Goldrush Boland. They haven't looked like taking one in the last few overs. And it'll be the end of an expensive over for Mgijima. Another one of his that had 2 boundaries in it. It is 94 for the loss of 4 after 26. So good over that for the Tuskers. That required rate hovering around 5.5 and over, and that isn't unmanageable for them. As bit of a discussion now between the couple of the senior players, the captain, Emery Manak, Keith Dudgeon. It's going to be for Risco Adams to continue.
So here's an interesting point for you. After 20 overs, the Tuskers were 29 runs adrift of where Boland were. Same amount of wickets. Okay, that was after 20 overs. 6 overs later, they're now only 11 runs adrift, but having a wicket in hand.
That's right. Yeah. So they've done very well to bring it back, these 2. That's why I think maybe Mgijima, maybe his time is done. It's 5 overs, 0 for 26. And maybe the ration for the 3rd bowler, oh sorry, 5th bowler should I say, between him and Kamanzi. Just the 2 more overs they're going to need from Kamanzi. They don't seem to be keen to bring him back into the attack. But it's Adams to continue into his 3rd over. Maybe Manak will come back on from the Drakenstein end of the ground. 1 run away from a very good 50 partnership. Just the 2nd, I think it is, of the 3rd of the match will be. And that is the 50 partnership between Gilson and Erlang. It's neatly clipped down to the man on the deep backward square boundary. And Boland giving away a run here, virtually every ball with that field on the leg side.
At 50 coming off 76 deliveries, but I wonder if Glenton Steedman might throw the ball to Liam Botha, ask him to have a turnover of the arm.
This is not what the captain wants, I don't think. He's bowling far too straight here for Risco Adams. That's already 4 off the over. Field is set for him to be bowling that ball, and I'm talking far too straight. He's actually angling it into middle and leg. If he's going to bowl straight, he wants to be hitting the top of off. That's straight.
I'd rather be coming over the wicket, pushing that ball across the left-handers, forcing them to go through the offside.
That's better, and that's exactly where he needs to be bowling. Just short of a length outside that off stump.
Problem is with this angle coming round the wicket, if he gets his line wrong, he's going to travel, and he's going to leak runs like a faulty vase.
Yeah. So he's well. We'll see if the cracks are starting to show in the bowling attack. Good shot. That's pretty well done there by Gavin Kaplan Leon Botha, diving to his right. Number 6, Kaplan number 5. And he is where? I'm trying to see where he is. I think he might be on that deep square leg boundary. He's actually it's short third, Kaplan. Too straight, he misses out. There does Erlang. And at the end of the over, 5 off that, 99 for the loss of 4. So they're edging ever closer to where Goldrush Boland were at the same stage, just now the 10 runs behind where they were, and 1 wicket to the good. I'm sure it is. Are we going to see a change, or is it still going to be Aviwa Mgajima?
It looks like Avi is still there.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some discussion here as well between Stearman and Clyde Reeves-Fontaine. Just looking for a change in the field. I can't get Yves Kamanzi's attention at long on. Saying, where do you want me, Skip? He says, I'm going to start warming up. He says, you're going to be coming on at some stage in the not too distant future. But for the moment, Kajima is going to continue. Will it be an over too many for him?
I wonder if Kamanzi is maybe going to come on from the Niederberg end, maybe to facilitate a change of ends for Adams.
Well, it shouldn't be a run there. Oh my goodness, he'd given up. And you can understand why. Had Clyde Reeves-Fontaine hit there, Michael Erlang would have been probably 3 meters short of his ground.
That's the 100 up for the Tuskers. 27.2 overs. And this has been a fantastic partnership between Michael Erlang and...
well, that 50 coming off 11 overs and 5 balls. So it has been much quicker than the first 50, which was a 15.3 overs. Just building something here to give themselves a chance at the back end. It's well hit out into the covers. It will be 4. That's very well played. And Grant Willowson had given that up after it was played just forward of square. He's really at a deep point, and Mgajima just being picked off now by these 2 batters. Perhaps fortunate still to be there. Had that ball hit from Reeves-Fontaine. They get another single now.
Yeah, this is better running now. Looking at picking up singles at every given opportunity. Both batsmen on 31. Gilson's strike rate's slightly better than Erlang.
The end of the over, another good one for the Tuskers. 6 off that, 105 for the loss of 4. And they do get ever closer to where Boland were at the same stage. And the acceleration coming for Goldrush Boland really just in those last few overs. And that's really a blueprint. You can hit out if you do have wickets in hand and you've got set batters at the crease. What are they going to do now? Looks like Adams is going to continue. He'll be starting his 6th over. Just seems to me, Brendan, it's just letting things just meander a bit here, Boland.
Yeah, I think the problem that Steedman's got is that this partnership is become too settled for the home side's liking.
Well, they've been together nearly 15 overs now. He tried something a little bit different there. Did Adams. And they get through for the single.
Yeah, it's almost like Steedman is just kind of letting his bowlers go through the motions. When they got them at 41 for 3.
Yeah.
And then they were 46 for 4 at one stage.
Yeah.
It's like they thought things were just going to happen. They kind of just sat back.
That's a good run yet again, and they're through for the single. They won't come back for 2. Kamanzi does the tidying up. Another easy single.
But you cannot take it away the way these two have batted. It's been a fantastic partnership between these two. But I think Steedman needs to try something different, whether it's changing a bowler's end or changing the fielding up. You can't just let this continue.
Maybe bring himself back on. I don't know. He's going to need to do something because they're just picking the bowlers off now. Oh dear, and that's poor from Manak, and that just sums up how things are going here for Boland at the moment. It is just meandering along, and that was poor work in the deep, and he knows it. He is absolutely furious with himself to let them get back for 2. It's just the intensity from Boland has gone at the moment.
Bowled him.
Well, there we go, and you have to say that was Erlang himself that caused that to happen. Was really not the delivery was just angling in, hitting between middle and off, and he stepped away to try and play it on. That was really a poor shot from him. He's been in there long enough. He needed to stay there. Did Michael Erlang? He'll realise that. 34 off 53 deliveries, and that is a cruel blow for the Tuskers.
Oh why do you play a shot like that? You're moving away. You're moving away to give yourself room on the offside. You have been batting absolutely perfectly. You've been working the ball around the park. You've picked up the odd boundary. You're only in the 29th over. You do not need to go and look to carve the ball over the offside.
They've given the Goldrush Boland team exactly what they wanted, and now the captain, Wayne Parnell, hugely experienced, 131 innings, 2,300 runs, an average of 23.7, 650s and 200s. And he is certainly a player that can bat. He's somebody that can take a game away from you. And in the early evening here at Boland Park, that is something that he is now going to need to do. They are literally halfway to where they need to be, and they're going to have to rely on the captain and Gilson to get them close.
Yeah, if we look at Wayne Parnell with that double wicket he got earlier today, that took him to I think it was 250 wickets, list A wickets. And I mean, he's represented so many sides throughout his career. I mean, if we look at the Warriors, Western Province, and the Tuskers, and then let's not forget the likes of Northamptonshire, Kent, Sussex. So multiple T20 leagues around the world, also the 100 and the Vitality Blast.
Yeah, hugely experienced player.
Yeah.
And 28.4 overs. So he says, thank you very much. I'll have a little bit of that, as Adams bowls it way too short and not going to miss out, even though it's his first delivery. It was a poor delivery from Frisco Adams.
That was a how's your uncle shot. Yeah. I'm not going to let you dictate to me. It was too short from Adams, and that just sat up, and Parnell, first ball, quick onto the back foot and pulling that through mid-wicket.
It was a buffet ball. Definitely. It's better from Adams. He gets the wicket in the over, 8 off it, 113 for 4.
And my sojourn is over. You took a wicket in your spell.
I did, yeah.
And I'm going to make way for Mr. Fredericks to carry on ranting about certain players' shots.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that Jeremy would not have been happy with the shot that Michael Erlang played. And we'll get his opinion on that now. When you've got the team exactly where you want them, and they were just meandering, it was, and Adams picked up the wicket of Erlang.
Yeah, it wasn't a good shot at all. I mean, why on earth would you want to play a shot like that when things are going your way? And they just got themselves further into trouble. They were looking good, comfortable, getting that partnership going between the two of them, Erlang and Gilson. Until Erlang lost his wicket, and now they got to start all over again.
Kamanzi back into the attack.
He's been good, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. And 1 for 5 in his 3 overs. Don't know why. Perhaps they took him off. In fact, he was bowling well. We've just turned the snow machine off here.
Yeah, and also put on the lights so that I can see you, James.
Oh, there we go.
I know I'm the darker you.
There we go. Well, it's the foxes that they like the darkness. So
good eyes.
So, generally. And now Parnell on strike to Kamanzi. How's he going to play this? He's not going to hold back, is he, Wayne Parnell?
No, he won't. You know there's a job to do as well. He'll draw on all his experience over many years. He'll have a look-see, and then they also got to look to run better between the wickets, and that's probably what they got to aim to do. But I've seen all the comments and people writing on the disappointment of a lot of people. Yeah, I've learned now over World Cups that I knew that this would be a difficult one to overcome.
Yeah, you go into the semi-final unbeaten. There's always a chance of a banana peel. T20 cricket is unforgiving.
Absolutely. And it just wasn't South Africa's day on all fronts.
No, not at all. And it started with the bats and continued with the ball and in the field. I think, was it 2 catches dropped in the first 2 overs?
Yeah. But James, just look the way they massacred us.
Yeah.
From the way they took our bowlers apart. We didn't look as a team that was going to take wickets, and I knew that was a problem that we spoke about. But anyway, New Zealand deserves their victory. They were absolutely in scintillating form. Yeah, and the final to watch now is the Pro 20 final on the 13th of March. That'll be Western Province against the Lions at Kingsmead. Hollywood Bets Kingsmead in Durban. And then 2 days later on the 15th, which is Saturday the 15th of March, Sunday, I beg your pardon, the Women's Pro 50 over cricket final. So lots to look forward to, and both finals will be taking place at Hollywood Bets Durban, Kingsmead.
And brought to you on the CSA YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Which is where you're watching now. And that will be an excellent weekend of women's cricket. First time that they are having finals in that format. And it will be Western Province against the Lions in the first final. We know the Lions are in the final for the Pro 50. What we're going to find out this weekend is who they are going to play.
Nicely clipped. Just the single. Boundary riders are all sweeping on the onside. There's a solitary boundary fielder on the offside, which is the man at almost at a point boundary. But we've got a square leg mid-wicket, long on.
What made me you know, just looking at the shot there that Gilson played, why, oh why, was Erlang trying to force that through the offside by backing away from his stumps?
And you know about the ball will come to you at about knee height. So you'd rather want to be forward here. You'd rather on the fact of caution, getting forward, than what you're playing back here. And even if it's to a military medium pacer.
It's another one of those phrases, Jeremy, that I'd love to know where it came from. Military medium. It's another one of those lovely phrases in cricket that you hear.
Yeah, lots of phrases in cricket though over the many years that one has used.
It may have been from the early days when you had, you know, like the Royal Engineers playing and the combined forces and those sort of teams.
Yeah.
Another thing I learned the other day, which was in preparation, in preparing some information for the World Cup, was that the first ever international match was played between Canada and the USA in cricket. The first ever cricket international.
Must have been the colonial.
Oh, another one's gone.
Well, that
Oh,
one just kept low, didn't it?
Yeah, that was an absolute submarine. Well, Gilson, the set man's gone, and it just kept incredibly low, and he's trying to get in behind it, and it just goes right through him. So another wicket for Adams, and he's getting reward for keeping it on the stumps, and he wasn't forward or really wasn't back. And that delivery cannoned into exactly the same stumps that Michael Erlang had in the previous over. 2 wickets in 2 overs for Adams. That's really great for the men from Paarl.
James, it's certainly been Adams' night. I mean, to go with these 70 odd that he scored, he's 76 of 73. He's now picked up 2 scalps.
Oh, and it's your day. It's your day.
It's your day. There's nothing you can do it. Every man has his day.
Yeah, they do, indeed. And tonight it's the Iceman, Risco Adams. He keeps his cool while all around them are losing their heads. He's been brilliant. Just kept bowling that line and length. He has strayed sometimes onto the pads. He's got the protection out in the deep. And now Sean Whitehead coming to the crease. 16 innings for him. This is his 27th match, so he hasn't batted that often. Averaging 24 with the 250s, so he can bat. Sean Whitehead, we know that. Had a couple of good innings for the Tuskers in the 4-day competition this season. He's going to need to do that again tonight.
That's the end of the over for Risco Adams. And he's now gone for, well, we'll just wait till we get that statistics up.
Yep.
And Sean Whitehead, 28 years of age, strike rate of 70. 2 for 23. That's for Risco's average to go with his 76 of 73. And he scored earlier.
That's good from him. 5 overs. That's excellent. Good economy rate. And those 2 wickets put Boland right back on top here in this match. It's a very similar sort of innings for them as it was for Boland. 127 for 6 Boland were in the after 30.4 overs. And can you believe it? 118 for 6 after 30.6 overs.
Easy ground to score, especially this time of the year. Wickets are quite used a lot. A lot of traffic has been on here, and the sun bakes on it. So you got to have your wits about you. Yeah, you can score runs, but you got to play properly. It's not a type of wickets. Oh, there's an appeal from Yves Kamanze. And the umpire unmoved.
It looked like it was drifting down the leg side from the left arm spinner. He's done his job though, Jeremy. I mean, 1 for 7, 1 for 8 now after 4 overs and 4 balls. That's very good from the left arm spinner.
Yeah, he's been excellent. No doubt about that.
I think really was good. They brought him into this squad and into the team in place of Sia Mahima, who was injured in that last 4-day game here. Still got a brace around his knee. Chatted to him a little bit earlier on. He says it's coming along well. I don't think he'll be back in action in this tournament.
Nice bit of flight. I like the drift as well. Nice drift through the air.
Oh, another excellent over from Kamanzi. All to do for Parnell and Whitehead here. With not really much to come after Whitehead from a batting point of view.
Oh, just look at that, James.
Beautiful,
Isn't that
isn't it?
just beautiful? Wonderful, wonderful.
You can never tire of it actually when you come
can't
here.
get tired.
No.
Can't get tired of the view of that. Nice glass of whiskey or a nice good wine, and I can sit and look at that mountain all day long.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Our lights are on and pretty much taking effect now over the ground. Excellent lighting here as well at Paul.
Oh, he'll have to hurry there, the batsman. But oh, that was close. Had it hit, it would have been interesting.
Yeah, I think very interesting. I wonder if Sean Whitehead might not have been short of his ground there. And that will look very close to the stumps. It'll be interesting to see that again. Perhaps if we have got a replay of that ball passing the stumps, because I think he was very slow to react, wasn't he? Parnell calling him through late.
Driven nicely, but is insurance on the fence. Only the single.
I'm looking at this Boland kit, Jeremy, that you were talking about. And I mean, I thought when I first saw it that maybe, I wasn't so sure about it, but it's actually growing on me. I really like it, I must say.
I think it's smart.
Yeah. Definitely is quite a nice improvement on the gold. Still have got some of that gold on the front sponsor's logo, but it really looks good.
Frisco's, he's been on the money, hasn't he?
He has. He's been outstanding. He's just done the basics right, hasn't he? He's been attacking the stumps. That's what he's been asked to do. He's got through both the left-handers in his last 2 overs, both with deliveries that just angling into the stumps. Maybe kept a little bit low, both of them. Maybe just squatting a little bit, but been excellent. He just keeps doing that to the left-hander.
He's been gun barrel straight, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Wicket to wicket. That's where he's probing all the time. And he's going, right, that's where I'm going to go. Gun barrel straight. Make sure that the batsman can't get underneath me. If they miss, I hit. And he's done it on 2 occasions. And sometimes just get a bit of a wobble on that ball as well.
Yeah, Parnell batting probably, about 30 centimetres out of his crease, just trying to negate anything from Adams. It's just too much on the pads that time. But he's got the protection there.
Bit of width off it. Well, there's work to do for the fielder, but I don't think he's going to get there. No. A valiant effort, but wasn't going to cut that off. And that's 4 to the total.
Yeah, nicely played there by Whitehead. He saw the width and just literally put the bat on it and guided it past Kamanzi. And yeah, neatly played in the gap. Was always going to race away. And what is an excellent outfield. Hasn't Rupert Bailey done a great job here with this outfield this summer? It's been a very hot, dry summer. It's really still in outstanding condition. As we look at the away dressing room, Moothee Ram Tuskers, the 3 batters still to come in. Hardus Viljoen, Darren Dupavilon and Ziad Abrams. Abrams standing at the back there. Now 34 overs gone. No, not quite. 30 into the 34th over. At the end of this, then they have to decide on a ball that they're going to use for the rest of the game.
One of the 2 that they have.
Jeremy, from a sort of match referee or official's point of view, just looking at that in terms of the ball, in this situation, when the bowling team get the chance to choose that, Boland probably wanting to choose maybe the softer of the 2 balls that they would have out there.
Yeah, and probably the ball that's scuffed up a little bit. Maybe if you all depends how many overs left for the spinners. You'll have a look at that. You don't also want the ball to be too hard. No. Make it easy for the batsman if you bowl it on the middle of the pitch. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah, that's cut away, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I think you probably missed out there, Parnell. It was a rare wide one from Kamanzi. I like the way he's varying his pace as well. You say he's tossing it up a bit, he's getting a bit of drift. That one he darted in a little bit quicker.
Driven, not going to get it through. Get 1 to wideish mid off.
Not much in it at the moment. At the end of this over, it was 135 for 6, Goldrush Boland. This was when they just started to claw it back. Got some more travelling coming up, Jeremy, from a match referee point of view.
Yeah, off to East London on Saturday
for
Sunday's game.
To Slummies, as we used to call it. So soon to have its name changed to, I think it's going to be to Kagompo City, I think it is going to be. That's Kagompo City. Yeah, it's going to be the new name for East London, and named after the meeting point that the Chiefs used to go down to at Maiden Cove, where the sound that the waves made as they broke into the cove was they called it Kagompo, was the sound of the waves. So they're changing the name. It's gone through the minister. That's Emmy back into the attack.
Is it K-A?
Yeah, K-A.
And then
Gompo.
G-O-M-P-O.
That's correct, yes. Kagompo City, yeah.
Kagompo. Sound of the waves.
Yeah. Reminds me of Victoria Falls, which they call Mosi Otunya, which is the sound of the like rising smoke or whatever, which is
Yeah,
with all the vapor, well, as the waves crash, as the water crashes down on falls.
It's amazing walking through this forest there, and you you feel that water all the time.
Yeah.
As you walk through there. What a beautiful sight.
Incredible, yeah.
At Victoria Falls.
Yeah.
And you hear that crushing sound of water rushing in. We stayed at that Livingston Hotel there, right on the Zambezi.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Wow.
Lovely there. Yeah, first time we went, we were on the Zimbabwean side.
Yeah.
They did a very nice lodge there.
Oh, nearly done him. Nearly done him. Manak now back into the attack. Into his 7th. He's been wicketless thus far, but my goodness, has he bowled well.
Yeah, excellent over from Manak, just a single off that, and he's come back over. 7 overs, 0 for 18. He's been brilliant, hasn't he, Jeremy? And got it all to do, the Tuskers. 35 gone, 130 for 6. 6.3 to the over required. Yeah, beautiful part of the world there around Victoria Falls area. Second time when we did stay in Livingston, she drove all the way up through Namibia into Zambia and then back down through Botswana. It was a lovely trip. Beautiful part of the world, and just incredible people as well, so friendly.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very friendly. Zimbabweans, per se, excellent people. They make you feel so at home. Went there for so many years commentating on cricket. That's a good hit. Where's that gone? It's gone all the way. Outstretched arms of Marie Erasmus as Purnell gets hold of that one.
I picked that up on length, just maybe angling into him, and Kamanzi goes for the second maximum of the Tuskers innings. It was a good hit from Wayne Parnell over the advertising hoardings. There's a big shot from the experienced Tuskers captain.
Left area. Safely home.
Let's have a look at this again.
It would be no. He was home safely in the first place. Well, this is in the air. That should be a catch. And gone. 7th wicket. Well, they had to get after it at some stage. Whitehead perishes. And who's the man out there? Was it Dodgen or was it Stearman?
Captain, yeah. Yeah,
Stearman. That.
Stearman takes the catch, the captain, and it was a lot of hang time up there. He took it well. Just wonder why Sean Whitehead felt the need to go for that shot off the left arm orthodox spinner. Just maybe moving away slightly from him. Got the toe end of the bat, and Stearman takes a good catch. And the 7th wicket goes down for the Tuskers. Unravelling a little bit here for them now. Could ill afford to lose that wicket of Whitehead. Otis Fullion comes to the wicket.
He can give it a good old tonk.
He can indeed. Could take the game away from you quickly.
Yeah.
Reward for Kamanzi. We just look there at the scorecard. Drinks going to be taken. We'll leave you for a moment. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
I didn't realize they would take drinks. I'm thinking Cornell kneeling there, probably breaking his fast, having something to drink.
you breaking your Olympiads. Oh yeah, he wants to, if I check in the corner, set him up here on the lineup, man. Just pull it on. Yeah, open that. The passenger side door, no? Passenger. The other security, you gonna fix my jacket first before you go out, man.
Saying we could have adapted better. Post 190. Okay, why didn't you?
Well, it's Hardersville Uni now. And he's Kamanzi, who got the wicket of Sean Whitehead earlier, just before the drinks break. He'll be into Viljoen. He's got his cap on. Spinners on, so no need for the helmet.
Yeah, you see that with the West Indies a lot, don't you?
Yeah, they love their caps. They love their swagger too, yeah. James.
They do indeed.
Yeah.
Nobody can really have swagger quite like the West Indies, can they?
No, they can't. Someone said to me, why didn't South Africa throw the game against the West Indies and just, oh, I mustn't say that. Just, and then you'd have had India out of it. Oh. But be it as it may, if you want to be champions and you want to win the World Cup, you've got to beat the best in the world.
Yeah.
If you're not doing that, you don't deserve to be there. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and you've got to be on every single game.
Yeah.
And which is a question I wanted to ask you. I mean, it's something I've, as a commentator, look at, and you look at it and you say, okay, for that game against Zimbabwe, why did they rest their three of their bowlers? Why did they decide to play Mapaka, Linda, and Nokia and rest three of their bowlers? I don't know, maybe I'm old-fashioned around this, but I feel if you're going to win the competition and you're actually going to play in a T20 competition like that, you play your best team in every game. You don't need a break, surely, in a competition like that.
Yeah, especially 20 overs. We're only bowling 4 overs.
Yeah.
I could understand that if it was a 50-over game. Yeah. And it was because, look, you've been bowling 10 overs, you've got a run in. But T20 game, yeah. To me, selection is to me a simple philosophy. Yeah, I know you got a squad of players. You want to have players having a run or whatever. But you've got to pick your best team at all times. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's airborne. And that will run away for 4.
Well, they got those 2 men there for exactly that shot. And it was in the air, but it split them down to the boundary. Yeah, in the air between the two. That'd be a good shot from Parnell. And the hopes of the team rest on him here. Just feel if they are going to get their campaign going, the Tuskers. They have to win this game. They can't afford to go 0 from 2 if they want to end in the top 4, which is their aim.
Oh, he's beaten there. That was well bowled by Manak. Beautiful delivery. Love to see the ball turn. Again, he plays with the outer half of the bat.
Yeah.
End of the 37th. 141 for 7. Thirteen overs to go. Got to keep Brandon going. He seems to be falling fast asleep here at the back.
I was enjoying being part of the peanut gallery at the back. It's,
We just wanted Dad's joke. That's why we got you back.
and it's Kamanzi to continue. He's really bowled well tonight. 2 for 18 in his 7.
It's a good run. Just working it out there to the fielder at mid on. Clinton Stearman giving the strike to Parnell. Parnell's now on 24 of 30 balls. Has just got to the crease, so he's just playing the junior partner, giving his captain the strike, as he knows that Parnell can find gaps. Well, that's driven just for 1. Boland wouldn't mind the ones coming. They wouldn't want to be giving away, right? That run rate required now 6.5. They're batting at 3.8. Yeah, but these two in, don't underestimate them. Oh, placement is good, and that will run away for 4. Desperate dive, but to no avail.
Such a lovely shot there from Hunters Viljoen. So the 2 old hats at the wicket now. Bit of a shuffle there from Viljoen. And despite the diving effort, it's perfect placement, as you said, Jeremy. Yeah, I think these 2 are the last hope for the Tuskers.
Driven, it'll be a couple. No, only 1.
Yeah, it's one of the things we've noted in the Tuskers innings, the urgency between the wickets hasn't been the same as what Boland's was.
No, it hasn't. But, they're probably thinking, listen, got 2 big burly boys here. It's a big boy, this Ardis Viljoen, and when he gets it hit, it stays hit. And Boland will be aware of that.
The thing is, the Tuskers don't want to leave it too late, though, Jeremy. It's not that easy to hit boundaries on this ground. This wicket is slower. And I don't think the Boland bowlers are going to bowl that many bad balls that they can capitalise on. I think if they get to about 160, 165 by the 40th over, they'll feel they're in with a chance, but 7 wickets down. That's
that's their Achilles heel. Manak will probably bowl through now. He's got 2 more left. He goes for 3 or 4 in those last 2. Maybe still picks up a scalp. They'll be home and dry.
If you consider that Manak's previous 2 overs only went for 5 runs.
150 up as well. We'll see the 39th over.
Slightly quicker than Boland. You almost feel that Viljoen is itching to come down the track and take on Manak here. It'd be foolish to try it too early.
Maybe just miss one. He knows he turns it a little bit, so he'll be aware of that as well. Got to pick the right one to come down to, and then try and go downtown, straight over his head. You don't want the bat turning in your hand. Oh, he's just beaten there. Beaten, hands down.
Now, you spoke in Manak's previous over where you said, you love it when he turns, and he was getting some drift, but that one ball that he beat Parnell, the drift that he got in the air and then the grip and turn was just absolutely beautiful to watch.
Good fielding by Makajima. Once again, beautiful. End of the 39th, 150 for 7.
Yeah, this is yeah, it's neck and neck, but Wayne Parnell, obviously far more experienced than Farisko Adams, but although Wayne Parnell can tonk it, I think he's past his prime in terms of holding the bat. Yeah, of course he'll disagree with me. But my point is that I don't think Parnell has, well, we'll see.
Cut away again, just the single.
I mean, we've seen Parnell in the past get going and really play an excellent innings. And even if he does here, can Hardis Viljoen and Darren de Pavillon and Ziad Abrams provide any form of support? Needed to win.
There he goes, downtown. That's a good shot, that. Timing was good. The execution was exquisite.
That was a nice shot from Parnell. Let me just watch the replay here. Just stepping down. Just hitting up and over. Uncomplicated from the former Protea. That'll be interesting. Kamanzi has now gone for 2 for 32 in 8.5 overs. He's got, if he does bowl his full quota of 10, he's got 9 balls left.
Still not a bad effort.
Very good effort. Parnell hangs his head, almost like he feels he missed out there. And Kamanzi, with half a peel, almost felt that Parnell might have got a bit of an edge on there. Maurice Fortuin wasn't able to take cleanly.
Chopped it on. Well, there he goes. 8th wicket down. Kamanzi strikes. And Parnell perishes for 32.
I was lost in the moment of the batsman, sorry.
That was 32 from 37. 3 fours and a 6 for the Tuskers captain. And just sit, as we saw in the previous shot, just sitting into that cut shot and chopping that ball on. He was fortunate not to do it on the previous ball. But yeah. So that's the 8th wicket for the Tuskers. Darren de Pavillon, a new man into bat. And it's 156 for 8 now.
James King speaking Afrikaans.
Yeah.
Saying die koel is
I'm
deur die
shocked.
kerk. Well, and a lovely saying to me in Afrikaans. I love it. Die kat is in die duiwolk.
It's, I must say, 3 wickets for Kamanzi. It's been an excellent bowling display. I can't say the youngster, the 26-year-old.
Well, he's still young compared
Good
to our
us,
age.
yeah.
Yeah, he's a lighty. But he has been good. No doubt about that.
And what was turning out to be an expensive over at the start has turned out to be a good one for the home side. Kamanzi completes his 9th over, 3 for 32, and the Tuskers 156 for 8. So 69 runs away, but more importantly, only 2 wickets in the bank.
No, that's the sad, not the sad part. Yeah, sad part for Tuskers. Viljoen can't do it single-handedly, and I just think that the other guys batting with him, the Pavilion, not really known for batting, and last man to come will be Zayed Abrams. So one just gets the feeling that too many wickets down. Had there been 4 or 5 down, I fancy them having a dart. But at some stage, Viljoen will look, yeah, Manaka sent his troops out. He knows what's going to come because Viljoen will now know he's into his last Manak, that Viljoen is going to try and give it the kitchen sink. And get one. And that's also the right thing to spread the field, because if he gets a pass, he gets one. Now you've got the Pavilion on strike. New batsman in, and you're saying, right, let's keep Harders away from the strike and let's bowl to the other one.
Yeah.
It's good thinking. Now bring the field closer in. This is to stop the single. Yeah, just you play defensively. I'll bowl my over out. That's what Manak be thinking.
Yeah, the problem for the Tuskers, too many starts and no one kicking on.
Bold. Excellent delivery. It's been very good, Manak. Sometimes you just got to accept that's the role I got to play. I'm wicketless, but I've bowled tidily. I've kept my team in, and I know that I've piled on pressure for my side, for the other bowler on the other end, to take wickets.
To consider that 9.4 overs, it's 0 for 24. From a limited overs perspective, you have done your job.
Great job. Tomorrow you come, you pick up a fifer. Oh, it's an outside edge. Kamanzi stops that.
And if we look at the Tuskers lineup, and Michael Erlang 35, Parnell 32.
Just fended defensively. Manak ends his 10, 0 for 24. Outstanding stuff. So he's 10 overs, no maidens, 0 for 24. Garner 2.4 runs and over.
Couldn't ask anything more.
No, you couldn't. You'll walk away with that any day. Now where they're going to. Kamanzi to bowl his 10th. Field spreads. What will the expectation be? Spinners and the batsmen have such a cat and mouse contest going on amongst them.
So Viljoen looking to give himself a bit of room there and crack Kamanzi away through the offside, failing to make contact.
Use of the feet down the ground will just be one. Defense on the deep. Gone. No, it's just fallen short. The batsman. Well, there's another thing that we didn't talk about and consider. James, maybe you can just do the calculations. Take the score of 226 and divide and times it by 0.8. Bonus points. What do they have to get to actually, if they can win here tonight with the bonus point, then that will be 181. There we go. Yeah, so if they bowl them out before 181, so there's an opportunity. And you want to be at home, you go, right, let's win clinically. Win with that bonus point. 2 wickets to get. 181, 21 more. But what a spell this was for Yves Kamani. It's 10 overs, 3 for 35. He's done his job, and a wonderful job. Being drafted into this team, he's just done a wonderful, wonderful job. Well deserved there with the 3 scops that he's picked up.
Yep.
And the young man can feel proud of his night's work.
Yep, excellent return. The fact that he came in for Sia Mahima, one of the more established spinners in the Boland side, did an absolutely fantastic job.
Helmet's back on. Stearman is back into the attack.
Yeah, I mean, if you take into account between Manak and Kamanzi, 20 overs, 3 for 59. It's less than 3 runs. They've bagged 3 wickets and bowled 40% of the overs.
Yeah.
Also, nothing more that you could ask of the captain. 3 for 16 in 5 up front. Really put the Tuskers on the back foot. They just haven't been able to recover from there. Bit of a warm-up jog there from Stearman. It's also good captaincy from Stearman. The way he's
Just get that ball's just kept low.
you know, they're giving the single to Viljoen, and then not allowing De Pavillon to get off strike. It's just creating so much pressure on Viljoen.
And in the deep, they want to come back for a second. Hesitation under. That would have been out. Now, Anders Viljoen says to the Pavilion, what's going on, mate?
How now, brown cow?
Playing for my averages here. Don't be running me out.
Yeah, there's nothing that a bowler likes more than ending not out, and sending their average up by 0.1.
Driven?
Sure.
That's a good shot.
It's,
and he'll say to Anders, that's why I only took one. Check that drive.
That's how you do it. That's probably the conversation they just had in the middle now. I think to Pavilion saying to Viljoen, if I can do it, you can do it. Stop wasting deliveries. Just stand and deliver. Just struck it. Didn't move his feet. Just hit through the line of the ball.
Another drive there, this time out in the deep. Only one.
Yeah, the required rate is now up at 8.
The fox is whispering here behind me. The fox is still reeling from South Africa's loss early on.
Flabbergasted would be a word.
How are we going to overcome this? Have you got an answer?
I think if the ICC for the T20 World Cups and the ODI World Cups does away with the knockout stages, just have a group phase, whoever ends top wins the tournament, South Africa would win every ICC tournament.
Okay. Is that the answer?
Oh, shot.
Oh, that's going to be 4 more. Oh, it's certainly looked good there at the Pavilion. Cashing in. Oh, Boland must just be careful.
Well, this is what happened to the Tuskers when Viljoen and de Pavilion came back on. They conceded that 41 runs in the last 3 overs, and suddenly Steedman's come back and gone for 11. And the 2 boundaries struck in the over is against de Pavilion. We haven't even seen Anders Viljoen open up yet. Here's Keith Dudgeon back into the attack now. 7 overs left. 54 to win. This question now is, Kajima's gone, he's bowled 6 overs. Do you maybe just give him an over or 2 to see if he can maybe sneak in a wicket, or... Let's see how Dudgeon goes.
Look for a second, yeah. No, straight to the fielder.
Problem is with those big burly arms of Viljoen's, he struggles to hit a ball delicately into space for 2.
Oh, he's a big boy, strong lad. You crushed the fox and I with 1 blow. We'll have to do a David and Goliath act. Come with us, little sling.
I would say is de Pavilion's doing a job here. 12 from 13 so far. He's just come out to come in and enjoy himself, I would think. be surprised that he gets his team close.
There he goes again down the ground. Has he got the beating on the field? And no, they'll come back for 2.
It was a good shot by Viljoen.
Seven, 5 for 8. Come back for the second. Oh, Boland just getting a bit sloppy here.
That was good running by Pavelon. Ran that first one hard, turned and immediately set off for the second.
It was good running, but the fielding was sloppy. Should be much more alert on the boundary. Because he didn't hit the ball softly. He did give it a good old thump.
Yeah.
This is sometimes where teams just lose their way. 48 now required. Well, it's going to be 4 more. And that's the last thing you wanted. I sometimes just cannot understand. Oh, he's bowled him, sorry.
Oh.
I'm looking at the boundary, the ball's gone for 4, and I see that the leg stump has just been trimmed.
Yeah, I thought there was an inside edge.
Yeah, he's gone. All money for Viljoen bowled for night, and now I fancy Boland is home and dry. I'm going to move out and allow James King to come and end off with you, Brandon.
Thank you, Jeremy. It'll be an interesting post-match chat once the game is over. It's the 9th wicket down for Moothee Ram Tuskers, 177 for 9. And that was really so weird. Sitting up here, that fine clink of the wood, just thought it was an inside edge and going, whoa, so fortunate. But, woohoo!
I had to change that to unfortunate from a Tuskers point of view.
Yeah.
With Artis Viljoen, you feel the man who could potentially have taken them over the line. Keith Dudgeon in his first over back in his second spell.
Yeah, if we just if we look at the Tuskers, and I was saying it earlier to Jeremy, when you take into account there's too many starts and no one kicking on. You know, you've got Michael Erlang with 35 and Parnell with 32, and Dile Mokogane for 20.
Yeah.
Sean Gilson 33.
30. Yeah, I mean it was. It's been very much a tale of the 20s and 30s for the key batters. They lost 2 of their top 4 without scoring as well, which certainly doesn't help.
Yeah.
And Ntando Zuma is promoted to open the batting. Now they've brought all the fielders in for Ziad Abrams. There's nobody outside the ring at all. This is very interesting. And he just defends into the offside. Keith Dudgeon finishes a successful over for the Goldrush Boland, and it is 177 for 9. And you feel now that the task, 48 needed of the remaining 6 overs, so 8 and over with 1 wicket in hand, not going to happen.
Well, the one thing is when the way that when you take into account the way that Viljoen and de Pavelon were batting during that brief partnership, at reaching 181 to deny Boland the bonus point, was looking quite comfortable. Suddenly, that wicket, just 1 wicket away from victory, or Boland. And that's a cracking shot from Darren de Pavelon. Stand and deliver. Just driving Glenton Steedman past mid-off for 4.
And that is the bonus point gone for Goldrush Boland. That is 181, the magic number. That means they won't get the bonus point. That one is, as you say, just played with some force down past the man at mid-off for 4 into the drop-in pitch. That's in front of us here.
Yeah, de Pavillon just opened up his front leg, swung through the line.
He does it again. It's in the air, should be taken, and is. And that is the end of the innings. And Darren de Pavillon holds out to Grant Rulofsson down here on the long off boundary. Was a bridge too far in the end for the men from Pietermaritzburg. Glenton Stearman gets his 4th, an outstanding spell from him first up, and really broke the back of the batting order of the Tuskers, and he's the one, fittingly, the captain, finishes it off. But you have to say, just looking at that card, he said there again, just too many people getting into the 30s and not pushing on, nobody in the top order being able to really go on and make a big score to take them through to that total, which you felt from Boland probably, we thought maybe was 20 runs too short perhaps, but it proved to be enough. And really, you have to say that it was that man, Frisco Adams, that saved the day for Goldrush Boland, coming in at number 7, an excellent 79 from him.